today remotely via WebEx and also physical in the main hall of the Guildhall today, Wednesday, the 6th of October at 2 p.m. Alderman Breesland.
Here.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Aye, here.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
Here, Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
Here, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dobbins. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Dan Kelly.
And Shaw, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Patricia Logue.
Shaw, Eamon.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
And Shaw, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Philip McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney.
Here.
And I'll just go back. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Angela Dobbins. Thank you, Chair.
Eamon. Do we have any members tonight? Wrong, sorry, apologies. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeat viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council Privacy Notice may be found on the Council website, www.derrystrabane.com. Have we any declarations of members' interest? Councillor Jackson. Okay, move on to open for decision. Chair's business. And Eamon, do you want to? Maura's going to take it, okay. Maura?
Thank you, Chair. There's a number of items just that we wanted to highlight. First of all, members, you will have received a letter on the 24th of September, and that came as a result of the discussion we had in regard to Dalradian and the public inquiry. We just sent that round as an update, confirming that the public inquiry will take place and included the 3 applications that the members discussed. So that was the first item, Chair. Do you want me to continue?
If you wish, Maura, if you feel up to it, yeah.
Yeah, the second item is in regard to the LDP roundtable discussions. I think what, just to update members, it should be in your diaries. If not, as a result of the deferment to the decision of the LDP progress, we have arranged a meeting for the 13th of October in the morning, because in the afternoon, clearly members have an A&R committee. So just want to let members know that and have that in their diaries. In regards to the late item, Chair, there's only one item and it relates to item number 10, and that is from an objector, and it's in regard to a noise report. And clearly, as a result of a submission of a noise report, officers feel it's important for us to consult environmental health to ensure that we get advice on that before making a decision. So unfortunately, officers are recommending that we defer that application from the schedule in order to complete that consultation. So that relates to item 10 on the agenda, Chair. And that's really all I wanted to add. Maybe you can cover item 1, Chair.
Sorry, Maura, I couldn't hear that. Sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, Chair. I've just passed it over you to continue maybe explaining item 1. I've covered item 10.
Thank you, Chair. Item 1 is going to be deferred to tomorrow. It's quite a large item, and I think there'll be a lot of debate on it as well. Okay, right.
Right, Chair, that's
Go.
as a result of the NN's expiry for that application. Officers are recommending to move that to tomorrow, just to make sure that that ended, so that we didn't make a decision before the expiry date ended. So just apologies, that's the reason why that has been put off to tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Maura. I'll just go through the running order if I may. You wish to speak, John?
Yep, thanks, Chair. Just briefly, in reference to the LDP roundtable discussion, it's certainly not in my diary. I don't know if that's in anybody else's. So could somebody do a double check on that and see that the invite was sent out to everyone? Perhaps it hasn't been sent out to anyone at this point. I'm not sure. I see nobody's in the affirmative on that. So I suppose then we'll just wait for the invite. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyle. Okay, I'm going to go over the running order. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 15. I'll say it again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and 15. Go ahead, Councillor.
Chair, I'm just querying number one will be put on the end, or is number 1 not included in the running order at all?
Because of the amount we have to go through, Councillor, we've decided to split it. So we'll do these ones today, and the remainder will be done tomorrow. Say number 1 is quite a in-depth one, as you know, looking at the paperwork. Okay, so any questions on that? Maura, do you wish to do late items?
Yeah, Chair, I've already covered that. I've just highlighted there's only one late item, and that was in relation to planning application item 10. It was the noise report. So other than that, there's no other late items, Chair.
Thank you for that, Maura. Okay, okay, moving on to matters arising. Okay, matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Wednesday, 8th of September. Any matters arising on that? Anyone? No matters arising? Yeah. Poser? Okay, matters arising from the open minutes of the reconvened planning meeting from the 8th of September, held on Thursday, the 9th of September. Any matters arising? Okay, no matters arising. Okay, matters arising from the open minutes of the Special Planning Committee, brackets LDP, meeting held on Tuesday, 21st September. Any matters arising?
Chair, with your permission.
Go ahead, Alderman, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get the exact situation. Quite a lengthy debate, as you'll realise. Chair, I had made a comment in reference to the chief planning officer having said about something being past post. The planning officer actually come back on that. If I can find the exact response here. My apologies. It's anyway. The planning officer said it wasn't a phrase that she would use, being past the post or past the point. I've checked the recording of the meeting, And at the second YouTube recording, at 24 minutes and 50 seconds, the words actually used by the planning officer Mora were, "For some, it's past the post." Those are, that is a direct quote. So I just wanted to have that noted, that I had picked up on that correctly. Now, if Mara wants to come back and say that maybe it was taken out of context, I'm not sure. But that's the exact quote. "For some, it's past the post." Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Alderman. That's noted. Maura, would you like to comment on that, or? Okay, members, moving on. Okay. We're going to go on to planning application list recommendation for decision. First one we're dealing with is number 2. And Andre's taking that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, item 2 is LA11 2020-0010F, and the application is for the development of 55 number apartments, 41 number units within 4 number new build blocks in a mixture of 31 number 2-bed units and 10 number 1-bed units, and the refurbishments of numbers 117, which is a grade B2 listed building, and building 118, which is unlisted, at Ebrington Barracks, to provide 14 number 2-bed units, including 3 bin stores, access road, associated car parking, bicycle stands, entrance pillars, and landscape communal areas. And the site is located at building 117 and 118 Ebrington, and lands to the east at Limavady Road, Derry. And the recommendation is to approve. So, members, this is the site location plan. Can you see that okay? Sorry. The site is as shown in red. It is located at the corner of the Ebrington site between Limavady Road and St Colum's Road. The application site also includes 2 existing buildings within Ebrington, building 117 and building 118. And access to the site will be from the Limavady Road via the new entrance that has been recently constructed. And this, members, is an aerial view of the site, with the Limavady Road to the southeast and St Colum's Road to the north. Building 117 and 118 can be seen here on the plans, with all other development being new buildings, car parking and landscaping as proposed. So, members, this is just a photograph showing the existing access to the site, which is the new main entrance into Ebrington. The existing building 118 is also visible from this entrance. And members, the next slide is the proposed block plan. So the proposed development includes the refurbishment of 2 substantial buildings which currently exist on the site. Building 117, which is listed, is to the north, adjacent to St Colum's Road, and building 117, which is not listed but is proposed to be retained. Both buildings will be refurbished and extended to provide residential accommodation. A new access road is proposed towards the east of the site, where the new buildings are also proposed. The new build is essentially in 4 blocks, which frame the entrance to Ebrington, the frontage onto Limavady Road, and the frontage to St Colum's Road, with associated car parking located along the access road internally. Mature trees on the eastern corner of the site are to be retained, and additional landscaping is also proposed throughout the site. So, members, this slide shows the elevation of Building A, which fronts onto the Limavady Road. The proposed building is mainly 3 stories in height, with part 4-storey to the centre of the building. The building will be finished in brick, which is above grey colour. with dark grey window frames and dark grey cladding to the roof element. The design is relatively simple and contemporary, and officers.
Would there be a couple? The woman.
Can you switch your mics off, please?
And offers a good presence to Limavady Road. There is access to the building from the Limavady Road, pedestrian access, with a boundary along this frontage defined by metal railings with landscaping proposed behind. And this elevation contains blocks B and C, which are linked to block A and are located at the corner of the Limavady Road and the entrance into Ebrington. The same materials are to be used here, but the blocks are a range of 2 to 3 storey, which effectively step down within the site. The elevation at the entrance is mainly glazed, which curves around the corner and provides for a strong design onto this prominent site. So this, members, the slide shows the proposed ground floor plan for blocks A, B and C. This building will contain 24 apartments in total in a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms. The apartment sizes are above standard and the entrances are provided from both Limavady Road and internal access from the car parking area. This is the elevation of Block B, which is a curved building. It fronts onto St. Colum's Road. This shows the internal elevation onto the access road and is 3 and 4 storey in height, which will provide a strong presence onto St. Colum's Road. This will be finished in the same materials as the other new buildings on the site and is a simple contemporary design. So members, this shows the elevation of Block D as shown from St. Colum's Road, and it just shows it in the context of the adjacent listed building 117, just at the side of the new build there. And the next slide, members, is just showing a typical detail of the wall and windows design throughout the new buildings. So members, there are trees on the northern eastern boundary of the site which are protected by a tree preservation order. These trees are to be retained and will be protected during the construction phase also. So members, during the processing of the application, a letter was received from the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. The letter raises the acute shortage of social housing in this area of the waterside and would encourage a proportion of the residential units to be provided for social housing residents. Whilst officers would support the provision of social housing units within this development, this ultimately would rest with the developer of social housing as to be provided for within the accommodation. The proposed development at the minute as proposed for is for residential apartments and is either as private or social accommodation is acceptable under current planning policy. So with regards to consultees, the following consultees were consulted during the processing of the application and raised no objection subject to conditions and informatives. So that was DFI Roads, NIEA Water Management Unit, NIEA Land and Groundwater Team, NIEA Natural Environment Division, Historic Environment Division, Environmental Health Department, Shared Environmental Services, DFI Rivers, Lochs Agency and NI Water. And the following planning policies were assessed throughout the planning application. The Dairy Area Plan 2011, the SPPS, and PPS 2, 3, 6, 7 and 15. All of the above planning policies are considered in detail in the planning report, and officers consider that the proposed development complies with relevant planning policy. So in conclusion, members, this is a full application and officers consider that the proposed development meets the criteria of QD1 of PPS 7 and that it has been demonstrated a quality residential environment can be achieved. The provision of infrastructure works in accordance with PPS 3, retention and protection of trees in accordance with PPS 2, sewage and land drainage in accordance with PPS 15. The proposal has satisfied Historic Environment Division and planning officers and is in accordance with PPS 6, which is planning archaeology, and the Dairy Area Plan, all of which are supported through the SPPS. It is therefore recommended that the application is approved and overall the material considerations support and approval of the application. Thank you, members.
Thank you for that, Andre. We have one speaker in favour of the application, and it's Andrew Coulter. Andrew, wish to speak?
It's actually Brian Kelly here, and myself and Andrew Coulter of Andrew Coulter Architecture are available for questions. But just a few comments I'd make on both of our behalf. That's okay, Chair.
It's great, Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Really, just Chair to say thank you. Say thank you to Andre and the planning team for their commitment with this project. I know the council has devoted very considerable time and energy to this scheme. I suppose that's in recognition of the importance of this historic sensitive site and at this new entrance to the Everton complex. Council's planning team have chaired collaborative discussions with NIA, Historic Environment Division, and the applicant's design team. And in turn, Historic Buildings team have been proactive in providing best practice examples of how best to adopt contemporary approach in a sensitive location. The design has required very careful consideration with deference to listed and unlisted heritage assets, sympathetic to the character of the site, creating an architectural style which is at the same time utilitarian but contemporary. It's all about positively addressing streets, including on the Valley Road, very careful choice of materials and design details, and ultimately to create a place that's pedestrian friendly, but at the same time, not perceived to be exclusive. Chair, that's all I had to say. It really is to say thank you, and we're delighted with the recommendation to approve. Myself and Andrew available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Okay, members, we have a recommendation from the. I do apologize. Any questions from members to the agent? Sorry, Christopher, it's been a long day.
It's a long day already. No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Kelly. And I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate the agent and what is a very high quality design, which does take into consideration the wider landscape of that part of the waterside. I just wanted to use this opportunity to touch on the communication from the housing executive and highlight the need for social housing units in this part of the waterside, and ask, is there any possibility at this stage for a social housing provider to take on some of the units that's part of this application?
Mr. Kelly used to come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. There are no proposals at this stage. This is a private development, but that's not to say that we've had very, very positive feedback during the community consultation stage. A lot of interest in this scheme, right across the community. So, I'm not aware of any specific proposals, but certainly I know that there's very significant local interest and a desire to locate at this site.
Any further questions for the agent? Any questions for Andre? Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And like Christopher there before me, I think I was one of the people who was actually quite concerned, worried about housing going into the Everton site, but I find this very, very acceptable. I think I like the simple style of it, and I think it is a very acceptable scheme. Just one minor thing, Andre, and it's probably my own fault that I haven't read this, particularly in the information that we've been given. You mentioned that Block A would open out, would be accessed from the inner yard as well, inner street, but also from the Limavady Road. Just could you confirm for me, will there be railings? Will it be completely open onto Limavady Road, or what just is the outside boundary? Thanks.
Yes, thank you for your question. And through the chair, There will be pedestrian access provided from the front elevation out that fronts onto Limavady Road. The boundary between the development and the Limavady Road will be defined by railings, just black railings. But there will be entrances then gates that are able to be closed and opened, so that you can have direct pedestrian access out onto the Limavady Road, out onto the footpath there.
Councillor Millie.
Thanks, Chair. No questions, but just the comment really on it. From the presentation and the papers, it appears that the design for this area is sympathetic. It's been duly treated in such a manner, and obviously as well as it's welcome accommodation and housing for that area as well. So, thank you, Chair.
Okay, from my own point of view, I'm also a councillor for the watershed. I would totally concur with all the comments been made so far. It's a very good application. Okay, I see no objecting in the members. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson again.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, again, like others, I don't have a question, but I'm prepared to make a proposal if there's no questions. Do you want me to hold fire?
By Councillor Jackson.
I just want to make a quick comment. Whenever, whilst I make a proposal, I'm happy to propose that we accept the recommendation. But I think it is right just to point out that there's major challenges facing our city centres at the minute. But here in the city, we've got the development that's going on in Edmonton that shows confidence in our city centre. We've also got shops opening up in our city centre, which shows that there's businesses willing to to show confidence and have confidence in our city, and that's something that we shouldn't miss. And it's only right to recognise that this is a major investment that will ultimately lead to increased footfall in what is a very important part of our city. So I'm delighted to be given or to have opportunity to propose that we accept a recommendation today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. I have Alderman McClintock as second again.
Happy to second, yes, and similar comments to Christopher. I think it will bring a bit of life into that area and into the Edmonton Square, so very pleased to second that.
I don't see anybody against, or I don't see anything on the chat box. Shall we take it as unanimous then? It's unanimous, thank you. We'll move on to item 3, and Andre is going to take us through that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So item 3 is LA11 2020-0034 LBC, and it's for demolition of existing 2-storey rear return of listed building 117 in Ebrington, and extension, alteration and refurbishment of the listed building to form 8 number 2-bedroom apartments. And that's at building 117 in Ebrington, and the recommendation is to approve. So this, members, is the site location plan with building 117 and building 118 shown. Building 117 is a listed building to the north of the site adjacent to St. Colum's Road. Building 118 is not listed. And this, members, is just an aerial view of the site, again showing the 2 existing buildings, 117 and 118. This application is for listed building consent for building 117. So building 117 is circled here in red and is shown within the context of the wider application site, which proposes the conversion of the 2 existing buildings along with new build residential apartments. And this is a photograph of building 117 taken from St. Colum's Road. It is a red brick building, and it is proposed to demolish the 2-storey rear returns as part of the proposed conversion and redevelopment to provide for residential apartments. So this slide shows the elements to be removed, which are coloured in red here. Most of the work for the demolition and the new build is to the elevation fronting onto St. Colum's Road, which traditionally would have been the rear of the building 117. So along with some demolition, there is proposed some new build elements also to the building. Again, mainly on the elevation fronting onto St. Colum's Road. The new build elements are of a similar scale and size to that being removed, and the proposed materials are to be brick with black larch cladding in a single story element. The design is simple and is sympathetic in scale and materials to the listed building. There are very few changes to the elevation facing internally in the site, and the form and design of the listed building is very much retained. So this is just showing the south facing elevation of building 117. So the conversion of this listed building will provide for a total of 8 apartments, and this just shows the internal arrangement of those apartments. And the relevant planning policy that was considered during the processing of the application is the SPPS and PPS 6, namely policies BH7, BH8 and BH11, and the full consideration is detailed in the planning report. So members, as this is a list of building consent, officers consulted with Historic Environment Division during the processing of the application. HED are content subject to conditions as shown on the slide here. And these just are regarding the use of agreed materials, which are important to protect the integrity of the listed building. So in conclusion, this is an application for listed building consent and has satisfied both Historic Environment Division and planning officers. It is in accordance with PPS 6 and the Derry Area Plan, and is also supported through the SPPS. And overall, we support an approval of the application. Thank you, members.
Thank you for that, Andre. We have a speaker. Mr. Kelly, do you wish to speak on the item for the agent?
Chair, I think I've already made my comments, so just again to say thank you, and myself and Andrew are available for any questions.
Anybody, any questions for the officer? Any questions for the agent? Can we have a proposer? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Boyle, seconder, please. See, nobody wishing to speak on that. Okay, I'll take it as unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Thank you, Councillor Minnie. Okay, on to item 4, and Suzanne's going to take us through that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So this is LA 11 2021-0361 outline application for a 3-bedroom single-story dwelling bungalow and with attached garage on lands opposite 111 and 113 Ardmore Road, Ardkill, Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. Just put this into it. So this site location map's not coming up there. You see that on your screens? Big screen. Just a wee second, I'll stop sharing. Oh, it's up now. Okay. So this is the site location map submitted with the application. The site's outlined in red. It's a roadside site, front of a larger portion of ground. This is the aerial view of the site, just satellite imagery. You can see there in terms of vegetation, built form of the other sites. Figure 3 is a photo of the application site just taken from the side of the road, just at the entrance point, just to give you an idea of the roadside boundary. topography. And this is the view from the other entrance, the other view, looking back towards the Berryburn Bridge, northwest of the site. That kiosk that you can see there is the kiosk operating the water treatment works underneath station. So the site is 30 metres from the Berryburn, which connects the River Faughan tributaries further downstream 100 metres. It's also located approximately 26 metres from the wastewater treatment works, but the pumping station is underground. As I say, the only thing you can see there is the kiosk. There is a previous history on the site. The front of the site was previously refused back in the early 90s for a replacement dwelling, and there is a previous approval back in the 80s within the remainder of the site for minerals. Now that was a temporary permission for 5 years, and it's obviously long expired now, and so going forward we would be thinking they would need permission if that was going to be opened up again. You can see NI Water's consultation responses. I've put those in the report and referred to it just in the presentation, that they need to, they've no objections subject to an application being made to NI Water in terms of developer encroachment. And in terms of our own environmental health department within council, they have just said that there could be concerns regarding the proximity of the site to the wastewater treatment works, but they haven't had any complaints ever lodged. So we would consider, that treatment works, those were upgraded in the early 2000s, so we would consider that because of the upgrading, that would be a minimal risk in moving forward. The dwelling on the site. In terms of the extraction of gravel permission, again, environmental health have flagged up concerns, that there's no direct knowledge of any land contamination. And, a condition should be provided on, just to ensure that if any unforeseen contamination was, uncovered during the development of the site, that would be managed and mitigated appropriately. In terms of DFI roads then, they have requested visibility displays of 2.4 by 100 metres. You will see, members, the allocation map doesn't have any visibility displays outlined in red. Those would be required to be located within the red line boundary of the site. I think the officer did query this with the agent, and I think the agent felt that they weren't required, they were disputing roads requirements. So that issue hasn't been resolved. No other main issues with consultees there, representing no objection, standing advice from NIA and SES goes in soak away, so there's no issues downstream. So just in terms of the policy framework context, it's listed within your reports. And then, so just moving forward then on to considering the application falls within the consideration of PPS 21. And there's no other case being put forward here in terms of farming or anything like that. So we've assessed it under CTY 2A and CTY 8, 13 and 14. Officers of the view that it doesn't meet the 6 tests of the clustering policy within CTY 2A. It's not visually linked to any other buildings there. It's not part of a cluster that reads as a visual entity. There's no focal point. In terms of enclosure then, it is quite open from the road. You can see there just the figure 5 in your reports. It is quite open from the road. Topography is relatively flat. So officers have considered that it would sort of contribute to existing development in terms of ribbon and build-up, and it would lack integration in terms of the policy test outlined in CTY 13. There's no issues in terms of residential amenity, privacy overlooking, and again, the roads issue has not been resolved satisfactorily, so officers have had to recommend refusal on PPS 3. There's no issues with natural heritage and PPS 2, and the issue in terms of the pumping station can be addressed via any informative to any planning approval on site. Therefore, refusals recommended as noted in your reports. Just to say, members, that in refusal reason 3 should just refer to CTY 8. Refusal reason 4 is the integration reason, and number 5 is the build-up rural character reason. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Okay, members, we have one speaker, the agent, Mr. David Bryson. Mr. Bryson, would like to speak, please?
Hi there. Thanks for letting me speak. Hope you all can hear me. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Sir, could you speak a wee bit louder, please?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, can you hear me now? Better?
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, Cyril Hargan. Just like to point out that Cyril is actually originally from Braeburn area of Ardmore, as he was born and raised, in this area, and his family home being in this area. And he advised that the opportunity came up to moving back to this area, thus the application being submitted. And this means that obviously the proposed development would mean that Cyril and his wife would be able to move back into this area and be part of the community, which he already shares in assisting local residents and as groundsman to both Ardmore cricket and Gaelic clubs. Just in relation to the consultee responses and a specific relation to points 1 and 2, for extraction of gravel and mineral working sites, there's been no extraction of gravel and minerals at the site for a very long time. And as the previous speakers pointed out, this was a temporary permission for 5 years in any case. So with regards to point 4, the wastewater treatment works, this is already known and established in the area. And as noted by the EHS anyway, there is no record of any noise and/or odor complaints, and the subsequent follow-up site visits by EHS noted no odors of site also. The issues with the DFI roads and the visibility displays is that the proposed development will use the existing access road that serves 112 Ardmore Road and the access to the water waste treatment works. And in terms of this visibility displays, this being no different for vehicles coming out from servicing the wastewater treatment works and the established access to 112 Ardmore Road. Therefore, why was this not addressed in location and approval of the wastewater treatment works? However, as I say, if a full application was granted, then this could be looked at under a condition. Furthermore, the PPS 21 objectives are to manage growth in the countryside to achieve appropriate and sustainable patterns of a development that meet the essential needs of a vibrant rural community, to facilitate development necessary to achieve sustainable rural economy. We believe that post-dwelling would fulfill the objectives of PPS 21, as occupant will be making a valuable contribution to essential needs of the community within the area previously noted, as is very involved in the community. With regards to policy CTY2A, there are a number of houses along the road at this location, and this would be subjective as to what is classed as a cluster. We believe that this is a cluster and does appear as a visual entity in the local landscape from driving in both directions. In relation to CTY8, the site sits within a natural rise to the landscape, and any single story of development will not provide any detriment to the area if the dwelling will not sit beyond the line of the dwelling on the other side of the road. Therefore, we believe that the development of the site can be absorbed into the existing area and not intrude into the countryside and not be viewed as adding to ribbon of development, as the brae would be the natural break for the development. And regarding CT13, integration design of buildings countryside and CTY14 rural character, if outline approval was granted, then the development will take on board the guides set out in the policies. In relation to PPS3 access movement, DFI roads require additional information to demonstrate that development provides safe access onto Armour Road. Again, we've already talked about this point with DFI roads visibility displays issue. So say that's just all the comments I wanted to make in your consideration of the application. Okay, any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Members, any question for the agent? Okay, I see nothing in the chamber, nothing in the chat box. Any questions for the officer?
Chair, it's Dan here. Could I come in?
Yes, Councillor Kelly.
Sorry, Chair. I was hoping to address the agent.
Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, there's just a couple of things that I would like a little bit of clarification on, just in terms of the application. One is in relation to the concern raised by DFI roads on the sightlines. I'm just wondering, what is the speed limit on that section of road? Because 2.4 by 100 does seem a lot. And I'm just thinking, in terms of the existing entrance, the cumulative impact would seem to be kind of nominal, really, from just the traffic in and out of the house, and the traffic in and out to a wastewater treatment works will be quite low. So I'm just kind of trying to tease that out a wee bit, Chair. And the other is just the issue of encroachment. I'm just wondering a wee bit, what does NI Water mean by that in terms of the site layout? Is there a question mark over land ownership or something, or is it just simply the issue of access and the joint access? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Mr. Bryson, like to come back?
Yes, in terms of speed limit, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the speed limit would be. It would probably just be the national speed limit of the road. As you go on up, there is a sort of localized speed limit because you're reaching a slow point, which is 20 miles an hour. And then to the other side, where you go into a more built up area, because Shayton, it's a 30 mile hour, so 30 mile hour. So I think it's just a national speed limit road, to be honest. In terms of going back to encroachment, well, I don't know if that was a question addressed for me. You sort of talked about there the road service, I believe. Maybe if Mr. Kelly would like to come back on just clarifying that.
Yeah, Chair. I suppose the question is really around the red line, because obviously NI Water would have looked at that and seen that if there's an encroachment issue, they're wondering, is that red line over lands that's under their control, or is it simply that they have access onto that a laneway or something that's also going to be the joint access for this new application? I'm just wondering around the issue of encroachment. Does the site sit on NI Water land, or is it just simply around the access rights that they're talking about?
It must be the access rights they're talking about, but as I say, that's an established laneway into 112 Ardmore Road, so that would always be maintained in any case, so the sort of red line would sort of be to one side, but I think from the previous discussions with the planning, they sort of require, that they just be sort of adopted by our site, but we can't sort of do that. I think that sort of goes back to the sort of what we talked about in terms of the visibility displays. They take on board that, but that is actually not part of our site, and that's where we have to maybe look at that under maybe a condition, and say because there's a very established access point.
Thanks, Chair.
Alderman Hussey, do you have a question for the agent?
Not for the agent, no.
Yeah. Anybody, any more questions for the agent? Okay, any questions for the officer?
Chair, for the officer.
Okay, Alderman, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful, for starters, that this is an outline application. And, you know, if it were to be granted, I presume conditions could be attached prior to the full application. And I don't know the area. I don't know the road at all. So what I'm looking at as the most useful piece of information that I have in front of me is the aerial photograph. And I find it difficult not to regard this application as being within a cluster, albeit a cluster which is interspersed with trees, etc. So that's the first concern that I have. And the second one would be as to the exposure of the site, presumably coming in from the road on the southwest. But I don't see how that site would be any more exposed than 111 and 113 on the other side of the road. You know, so those are concerns that I have. And, you know, I'm wondering, is there nothing that the officer could possibly recommend with regard to conditions that may alleviate some of the concerns that they have? But, you know, for me, this is a rural cluster. The application isn't going beyond what I see from the aerial picture as the bounds of a rural cluster. And I'm just concerned that the recommendation is a refusal on that sort of basis. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of recommendation for conditions, just to clarify, Councillor Hussey, do you mean in relation to the DFI roads position?
If that's the major concern that you have, but clearly there are other concerns that you have, which I have great difficulty with at the moment, to be honest.
Okay, well, I suppose, you know, from an officer view, we have to assess it in line with the policy. We've set out the clustering reasoning that we feel that it doesn't meet the 6 tests that are required for a building that would be allowed to be, you know, that building in terms of the CTY 2A policy. In terms of the DFI roads position, I mean, you will see from the location, I mean, that we know the applicant is wanting to use the laneway and has served notice on the laneway of the owner of number 112, but that's not within the red line. There are no visibility displays within the red line. Therefore, we would not be in a position today to recommend conditions on even a reduced visibility display. You will know, members, that under the vehicular access standards, there is what we call the bracketed figure, whereby, you know, in some circumstances we might reduce the visibility display, and in this case I think it was somewhere around 70, but there's no visibility displays included within the red line. So as officers, we would not be recommending conditions that don't relate to an outline application where there's no red line. I mean, it is a requirement at outline stage that you would have your visibility displays within red, and the reason being it enables us to control it further on down the line through, for example, the submission of the details in reserved matters, or if there was an issue with enforcement. So I would be reluctant to advise members today to attach conditions on terms of visibility displays.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Alderman. Anyone else wish to questions for the officer?
Could I come in as Dan again?
Who's that, sorry?
It's Councillor Kelly.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Suzanne, I suppose I'm just querying, there's a lot about this site which I find okay, but there's the aspect then about roads. Did I pick you up correctly? Because my instinct is to sort of go back to the applicant and say, look, you know, can you get sight lines in your application, and we could defer it, you know, till you do that. But did I pick you up correctly that planning officers have already made that request and it has been declined?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Yes, Councillor Kelly, we did advise the agent that of DFI Road's position, and then the agent didn't agree with that. So those issues have already been put out to the agent in this case.
Okay, members, we have a recommendation here to refuse. Councillor Boyle.
Chair, bearing in mind some of the things that others have said, but notwithstanding all of that, I'm actually prepared to propose the refusal based on the fact that that out of the 6 requirements, it doesn't meet 5 of them. But more frustratingly, good advice was given and perhaps not accepted in relation to the roads issue here. And obviously the potential access there doesn't fall within the red line, and that presents a difficulty. We have no way of knowing how safe or otherwise this would be. Evidently, road users have to be a priority in terms of their safety. So I will propose the refusal. I regret having to do that, but I see it as the only option on this particular application.
Okay, so we have a proposal here to accept the recommendation from the officer proposed by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Mooney. Is anyone against this? I don't see any in the chat box in the chamber. Okay. It's a unanimous decision then to accept the recommendation of the officer. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 5, and James is going to take us through that.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
James, we can't hear you.
Hear me now? No?
No, can't hear you, James.
Oh, Chair, can you hear now?
No, not really, James. You're very distant. I know you're sitting in a different building, like, but you're very distant. James, you're not coming through at all. Okay, members, just bear with us. The officer's just switching computers. Thank you.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're very faint, though. If you could just speak up a wee bit, please.
No problem. We'll just try and increase the volume here.
That's great. Thank you.
Hello, members. Can you hear me a wee bit clearer now?
Yes, dead on. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Sorry about that. We've had a technical difficulty here. Item 5 is a proposed development of 444 dwellings comprising a mix of 138 detached, 208 semi-detached, 37 townhouses and 61 apartments at the zoned housing land H30 as defined by the Derry Area Plan. In addition to that, there will be equipped play areas, open space provision and a small neighbourhood centre. Sorry, members, I'm having to work off two laptops here at the minute. Here we go. This is the site, which is the overall zoning of H30. The application is the lands identified in red. The lands identified in blue are previous reserved matters application that was approved in March of this year by the Planning Committee. And that's just an aerial shot of the overall zoning of H30. The application itself runs from the Clooney Road up to the Ross Downey Road, and that photograph is just taken there from the upper road. There will be no direct access from the site onto the Ross Downey. All access will be down onto the Clooney Road. This is the corner of the site as viewed from the Call roundabout. There will be part of the application will be to improve the Call roundabout, but we'll come to that later. This photograph just shows a portion of the site from the Clooney Road. Now the access point will be as approved under the outline and the concept master plan, which will be off the Grancher roundabout. And this is the concept master plan as agreed under the outline planning application. And obviously this application is for the right-hand side. And you can just see in the lower centre of the CMP is the access point where we'll be removing the Grancher Road roundabout and then installing a signalised junction. That has already been agreed and approved under the first phase of the application. This portion of the application then takes into account all the housing to the right of it, which would be to the right of the centre linear strip of trees and a small shuck, which is existing on site and shall remain. And on the bottom left will be the neighbourhood centre, which will go into a wee bit more depth in a little minute. In terms of the open space, there's various pockets of open space that are linked into an overall planning open space strategy, which involved the whole of the zoning. This is a portion which is the linear park, which has an existing tree belt that runs down through the site and a small shuck as well. As part of that, there'll be a few pieces of play equipment, approximately 7 dotted throughout that park, and it will also provide another secondary route for walking through the site. This is the second equipped space area, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of the site, and this will link up with the walkway, which is on the bottom left there, and is also part of a sod scheme, and you'll also be able to access through onto the pathway to the right, which leads onto the houses that you can see there. That eventually will lead onto pedestrian access proposed onto the Crescent Link as well. This is the proposed retail area, which is approximately 400 metres squared of retail, retail, convenience, business centre, gym, and the building 2, which is a small building on the bottom left, is actually one of the retail units. And number 3, just to the right, just separate, will be a proposed creche. And in terms of design, the overall feel of the development is similar to the first phase that was approved by the Planning Committee in March, and it follows an arts and crafts tradition which we felt was appropriate for the semi-rural location. Whilst it is within the development limits, it also abuts onto the countryside, and this type of more traditional style we thought was quite appropriate for the area. And that would be obviously the retail and office building just above, with the units above, which could, I think they've earmarked it as a gym at the minute. In terms of the house designs, this is followed through. So this is just detached and then a variation, which will be the semi-detached house types. And you'll note that they are 2.5 to 3 stories, and this is to work with the gradients, as the site itself is quite steep, and there is a large gradient difference from Clooney Road up to the Ross Downey Road. There is also a small element of apartments included along with this. So in terms of the apartment design, they have followed through with the approach of the arts and crafts and trying to make it very similar in style to the proposed dwellings. And each of the buildings are fairly small scale in size with a limited amount of apartments, and that would be another apartment block E there. In terms of the size of those, they meet, in fact, some will exceed the standards for apartments. So your general 2-bed apartment would be between 60 to 75 metres squared, and the average in this would be just over 76. During the course of the application, we received one objection, which was from, referring to, there's a listed building just outside the site on the Ross Downey Road, and you can see it there on the photograph, the cutout on the left, and it's the lightly shaded area, which is number 105 Ross Downey Road. There was just a concern that the development and the houses may either block the view or encroach or have a detrimental impact on the site itself. Now, number 105 is a small detached single-story farmhouse cottage. So the developer then has now removed the proposed buildings that are sitting in front of it, and you can see there on the proposed block plan, the space has then been given over to almost like a viewing area. And if you remember back to the first photograph I put up there, which is from the Ross Downey Road, as the views at that height are actually quite nice, and they look out towards the new bridge and over the Grantia lands. So that would leave a visual gap, which then protects the visual aspect and a small cluster of old traditional outbuildings that are gathered around the listed building. This has been done in accordance with HED, who are also approved of this approach and have provided conditions and have no concerns with the development. In terms of the consultations, the DFI Roads, as part of the previous outline permission, they had agreed certain improvements which will be to the Grantia and Carr roundabouts. The trigger points for that would be the Grantia Road would be 151st house, and that will be dealt with through the first approved application. This application comes into play at the 301st house in total, and that's for the overall H30 zoning. At that point, the Carr roundabout will then become a signalised roundabout. This has all been agreed, and the details have been agreed with DFI Roads. In terms of every of the other consultees, we had no concerns, and they've applied conditions which can be found at the end of the Planning Committee report. The relevant planning policy considerations have taken into account the RDS, the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS2 with natural heritage. Given the site is actually just green fields at the minute, there will be a substantial open space and planting scheme to compensate for any loss of trees. PPS3 has been dealt with through planning and DFI roads. The PPS6 archaeology has dealt with the list of buildings that sit off-site and that there will be no detrimental impact on it. The PPS7 has dealt with the housing in terms of how we can get a quality residential development, and PPS8 obviously gives us the defining ratios for open space to a site of this size, which would be 15% for something of this size, and in terms of this phase in its own will provide over 17% open space, and that ties in with an open space strategy agreed through the CMP. And so this is just a quick summary of what's in your committee report, where they have met the relevant policies within the Derry Area Plan. In terms of PPS3, I say I've spoken before just about the integrated access proposals, which will be agreed under the first phase, where they will access through the Grantia roundabout. And then internally, Roads have now provided us with conditions, as you'll note from the committee report at that point. Whilst they had agreed in principle, they just hadn't had the wording, so we'll get on to that in the next few slides. The off-site works have already been agreed under the outline permission and the trigger points, which will then be tied into the amount of occupied dwellings. So therefore, as the amount of traffic and housing builds up in the area, there should be an appropriate response then on the ground, which will then take care of any additional traffic and minimise any disturbance. QD2 covers the concept master plan and the overarching idea of how we approached the development, which would be for over 700 houses in total, with, say, the small commercial area. There will also be the open space strategy, which links up all of the phases. And as well, there will be a sod scheme at the bottom of the site to take any, in the event of any flooding events, and that should provide an additional precaution. Policy QD1, all criteria have to be met to achieve a quality residential development, which we believe that the development is appropriate to the character topography of the area in terms of the outscale, proportions, massing, and appearance of buildings. The previous application submitted with an environmental statement which contained evidence and an approach and a methodology for sorting out any archaeological remains that are found on site. There's an open space strategy which we've spoken before about how we've connected all this through, and this application will work well with the first phase that's already been approved. The local neighbourhood facilities, for a development of this size, we would seek something that actually could maybe accommodate the local commercial needs without going to too great a size that would impact on the adjacent retail parks and takeaway. So the small retail units should be just appropriate and sustainable for that size of development. The movement pattern, which is also in terms of the road, provides a footpath network through there, and there's several routes through the site which you can take through the open space and the various walkways, and there's also the pedestrian connection proposed on the Crescent Link. The design, which we've already looked at, has taken its cue from the arts and crafts movement, and planning believe that that is actually appropriate to the area and should work very well with it. The design and the use does not conflict with the adjacent land uses, and there has been appropriate work put into the design so that we've taken out any blind corners or any areas that aren't appropriately supervised, as there are several small pockets of open space, but each has been handled individually where there will be windows and doors and activity near there, so everything should be supervised from both sides of the road. I'd mentioned there at the start that the DFI roads conditions hadn't been provided at the time of the committee report, so the next three slides will contain the 24 conditions that they proposed. And just to kind of fill in the background, this is a reserved matters application. Therefore, all the outlying conditions from road service apply through to this application, and there'll be no new conditions introduced. So I can go through these if you have any questions towards the end, as there's under 24 of these conditions, and a lot of them are fairly standard conditions that are used in terms of agreeing the detail for road service. Say we can discuss those further at the question stage if you need to go through that. In summary, that this is a reserved matters application that ties in with the outline permission, has met all of the policies concerned, and we have taken into account the representation received and overall consideration, support and approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you for that, James. We have two speakers, Mr. Stokes and Mr. Mullen. You have 5 minutes between you to speak in favour of the applicant.
Hi, Chair. Can I just double check you can hear me okay?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, members. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Martin Mallon from the applicant team is also online, and we're both happy to answer any questions. As you've heard from your officers, the application before you this afternoon represents phase 2 of the Park Hill residential development, which comprises phases 4, 5 and 6 of the H30 zoning. It includes 444 new family homes in a mix of apartments, townhouses, semi-detached and detached house types, and importantly also incorporates a well-designed local neighbourhood centre, which with retail unit, creche, business space and a gym. Without repeating matters which James has already covered, and I don't propose to take up too much of your time, I want to just briefly summarise a number of important factors which we had asked members to consider. The proposal before you is entirely in conformity with the CMP and the Section 76 agreement agreed at outline stage and is for a reserve matters application. The proposed family homes come in a variety of sizes, types and styles as illustrated in the officer's presentation. The arts and crafts style has also been incorporated and carried through into the design of the local neighbourhood centre to create an attractive frontage as you enter the site from the Cluny Road. Throughout the process, several design changes were made in conjunction with feedback from your officers and HED. As James has outlined, and HED have no objections to the proposal. Public open space on the site is around 17%, well in excess of the norm required, and incorporates and includes equipped play areas, suds ponds, and various green pockets and walkways throughout the site. The layout itself, as you will have seen from the officer's presentation, includes a variety of distributor roads, shared surfaces, bus turning circle and bus route, and a number of pedestrian connections, including a link out onto the Crescent Link, which will mean that residents will be able to walk out and connect onto the public footway to the surrounding local facilities. There are no objections, as highlighted from any of the statutory consultees. From our side and from the applicant side, this is an absolutely huge investment of around £85 million from South Bank Square, who are a local development company, and will sustain around 100 to 150 local construction jobs over a 10-year period. We'd like to say a huge thank you to your officers, Andre, James and Sarah, who have all worked collaboratively with us and the statutory consultees over the last 13 months. And we're very excited to reach this key milestone in this project today. Your officers have recommended the application for approval, and we'd respectfully ask the committee to endorse this. As I said, Martin and I are online and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions there from Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stokes. And I suppose there is a lot of excitement around this application, and there was, I suppose, I don't know, Mr. Stokes, if memory serves me right, it was yourself that came the committee to present the outline application and the previous reserve matters application adjacent to the site, and it's very welcome and it's brilliant to see progress. But coming along, because there's so many different elements of this application that's positive. There's so many different elements of this application that are long awaited, and none. Well, I suppose that the big one that everybody is alluding to at the minute is the call roundabout. The call roundabout, the traffic concerns at the call roundabout, and the potential resolution to those as part of the signalling scheme is, I suppose it's been long awaited. I've just got concerns around the time frame involved in this, because we've heard from day one of an outline application that this is a 10-year scheme. I had hoped that the signalisation would be at an early part of the scheme, but I'm learning as part of this application that it's later on. So, as of any indication in terms of what time frame is involved, particularly around the signalisation and the upgrades, the Cluny roundabout or the Grancher roundabout and the and the call roundabout. Another question, and again, it's really much needed, is in terms of the play facilities and the community facilities, because there is, and council have identified that there's a deficit of play facilities and community facilities in that part of our city and district. But particularly in relation to the community facilities in the neighbourhood centre, it's particularly welcome, the creche and the gym, etc. Have we got, or have yourselves, have you got, have you identified end users for those? Are those what way are those facilities going to be managed? Are they, has that been arranged yet? I know it's not particularly a planning consideration, but given that there is a massive need for community facilities right across the Crescent Link, this, I suppose, will be met with a lot of excitement, and it'll be particularly welcomed. I just wouldn't mind a bit of information around how they're going to be managed. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, and I might bring Martin in here at some point just to discuss, I suppose, Councillor, just in relation to the timescales piece. Probably most of the members will have seen, we've obviously, as you already alluded to, we've secured the Reserve Matters #1 a while back, and following that, you'll see on site that there, good news is that there's been some activity there, and we're currently clearing an archaeological condition, which the guys have been on site doing. The signalisation of Grantia roundabout, as James highlighted, happens at the 150th house, and then Caw is the 300th house. Timescales wise, Councillor, on that, you're probably, hopefully, probably 3 years, Martin. I don't know if you want to come in on that, but just in terms of the Caw roundabout piece, if you assume that you could potentially deliver hopefully 100 houses a year, roughly, we would be approaching the works to the roundabout in and around year 3. And again, Grantia roundabout somewhere between year 1 and year 2. I don't know, Martin, if you want to come in on that piece before we go on to the community facilities.
Yeah, I suppose it's been long talked about, but we have obviously statutory hurdles that have to be overcome before we can do anything on site, and thankfully we are on site now. So I would see things gathering pace from this point, or well, since we got the first Reserve Matters application, we have gathered pace, but there's archaeology to be cleared, and that's taken a whole lot longer than we expected. So there's all these things, Councillor, that we have to obviously adhere to, but be rest assured that we'll press on as quickly as we can now that the entire site's got planning. I think Tom's timescales aren't a million miles away, but the upgrades to the 2 junctions are wider issues and not of our making, I suppose, solely anyway. But we acknowledge that we have what we've agreed to do, and we'll do that. But in order to do that, we need to be able to build and sell the houses to pay for those upgrades. So at outline stage, this was all dealt with very efficiently by the council and road service and all the other stakeholders, and we agreed the rationale of the 151st house and the 301st house. And if the market performs well, then they'll be done sooner, and if sales are slower than anticipated, then it'll take a while longer. But I think it's good news, obviously, that at least we're taking a step forward to do the work, and that can only be a good thing after the long time that the residents of Waterside have waited for this. So I just want to reassure you that we have our best intentions are that we'll do this as quickly as we can, but there are constraining factors in terms of other approvals that need to be got before we can build the houses, and then how the housing market performs itself. In terms of the neighbourhood centre and any uses within it, there has been a fair bit of interest already, even though we are hopefully about to get the planning approval now. But there are stakeholder people, potential tenants, potential occupiers who have expressed interest in in the various uses there. We have been engaging with them, but obviously making them aware that we needed to wait on the planning approval coming through. So I think those services will certainly add to the area. The play areas, James and Andre and Sarah have had a lot of input in those, and the other people in the council, and again, those can only be a benefit to the wider area, not just only the site. So I hope that's answered your questions. In terms of the management of that commercial area, we'll be hands-on, and the users will be signing up to certain rights and responsibilities that they'll have to adhere to as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on how that all turns out in due course whenever the units are built. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom, for coming again today virtually to address us. And I think this is, if this application is approved today, it's sort of another good news story for the Waterside today, because we're obviously in great need of housing of all sorts within the Waterside. I suppose I have 2 points really that I wanted to raise, and one of them, I suppose, really is following on from Councillor Jackson's. And I can understand the situation that we're in and that you're in, that you have to sell houses before you can work on this upgrade of the roundabout. But I suppose it does give me a certain amount of dread that there could be as many as 300 houses before there's an upgrade. And I know that it is all conditional, but the thought of another 300 houses going out onto that roundabout does give me some grounds of apprehension, albeit that I think this is a great application and can't wait to see this done. My other query is maybe of a smaller nature. It would be about the roundabouts, and forgive me, there's a bit of deja vu here, because I remember asking this question at outline stage, but I can't remember the answer. One of the roundabouts that's on our papers on page 201 is about a roundabout on a circus. Please explain to me. I know this, I've asked before, is this a roundabout? It concerns me that there could be traffic moving right around that play park. So could you give me a wee bit of clarity as to what that means? I see it's like a horseshoe shape rather than maybe a roundabout rounded. But if you could explain that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I suppose that the trigger points were all agreed at outline. I suppose they're all based on traffic modelling and discussions with DFI as to when the intensification would trigger the upgrade to the roundabout. As Martin has alluded to, we are conscious, obviously, it's not all of our making, but we, at the 151st house, there's significant works which have to obviously happen at the Branches Junction, which is the main access into our site, and then at the 301st house, COG gets upgraded. I suppose that was all agreed at outline stage, and as I said, it's based on technical traffic models, etc., and agreed with DFI, which is all above my head a little bit. And I suppose, Councillor, just to give you, a bit of comfort in relation to the play area and that roundabout, I know the area which you're talking about on site. Those have all been designed, so it's only really the bus which serves that. And I suppose it's a key point where the bus drops off.
Use that smoke keys off because it's the 6th of October on it. Use that up really late. And you're wheaten bread there. Do you want to put it in that? Well, put that on.
Sorry. I thought that was
One of the members switch off their mic, please.
Aye. No, that's all right.
And Councillor, I suppose it has all been designed as part of the integrated areas of open space and how they all link together. I think that roundabout which you refer in this current application, there's a similar area in the phase 1 as well too, which forms part of the bus circuit on the site. So hopefully that answers your question.
Just let Alderman McClintock back in again.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in again. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood, but did you say that there would be a bus going round the play area? Was that what you said there?
Is it, Councillor, if we're talking about is it the bus circuit in this current application?
the play park. It's on page 201. I don't know that we have a number for it. I can see it on, let's see. I think it's on page 191 or 192 as well. Sorry, just give me a wee second to find this. But it shows it as a circus, like a horseshoe shape, and refers to it as a circus. And I'm just wondering, you know, it looks really as if the play park is in the centre of a wee roundabout, and just the thought of a play park going round, or a bus going round this. So I can't find a number of the.
Yes, councillor, sorry, I know, yeah, I know that's the bus turning circle that's designed as a shared surface. So it is designed as a low speed road which serves, I think it's 3 or 4 private dwellings, and then it has a bus lay-by on one side of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, you wish to come back in?
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me back in, and my apologies for not raising it earlier. It was, and I'm going to refer to the first reserve matters application, and one of the elements of that was around sustainable transport and encouraging sustainable transport. And I appreciate that the traffic pressures along the Limavady Road and the car roundabout aren't of your making, but I know as part of the first reserve matters application, there was there was certainly an indication that every property would be offered an active travel card to try and encourage sustainable transport. And I just note in this application, it's not every household, it's not every property, it's a limited number of travel cards will be offered out, subject to availability, and I'm, I suppose, querying around why there's a difference in approach in this application and the first reserve matters application. Thank you, Chair.
You'd like to come back in there, Mr. Stokes?
Yeah, thank you, councillor and Chair. I'm just checking that.
Tom, I'm happy to to chip in with something there, if you wish, just through the chair.
Yes.
There's a Section 76 agreement that was implemented as part of the outline planning, and as part of that agreement with TransLink, actually the bus circus that Alderman McClintock mentioned was part of the agreed route with TransLink. We've made other steps we have taken steps to make that play area safe, obviously, but that was the bus route that the TransLink were happy to agree to, and what the council wanted, and DFI roads and all the stakeholders would agree to. So that's that. But in terms of the travel cards, there was an amount of money set aside as part of that agreement to facilitate travel cards to the residents of the development. Depending on the cost of the travel card per house, that'll extend to nearly all of the development. And how those are actually given out, it'll depend on, you know, the phasing and the sequence of the development and the actual uptake by the residents. So not everybody will want a travel card. And this was, again, something we agreed with TransLink. We didn't push the issue. This was an amount of money that they asked for and we agreed to. And it's a 6-figure sum. So that was the part of all the transport mitigations on the site, as well as the junction upgrades. We're also paying TransLink in excess of £100,000 towards travel cards for the residents of H30 lands.
Councillor Jackson, wish to come back in? Happy enough, okay. Alderman Hussey? Alderman Hussey?
Yeah, coming in. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, a bit slow getting in there. Thanks to Tom Martin for the presentation. Undoubtedly a very exciting development, and quite a mixed development, both in housing terms and service provision that will be provided within the overall plan. That in itself, I'm sure you'd be the first to agree, provides its own challenges. I do have a concern because I think the suggestion that I'm hearing is that there will be a sort of phased approach to the development of the overall concept. And one of the issues that occurs quite regular on an increasing basis nowadays is the roadway provision when we are looking at phased development, or indeed provision of services. And I appreciate the economics of the scenario, that you need to sell to then be able to further develop, etc. So the roads issues, and particularly where a phase is built, but the road is not adopted because you're waiting on another phase to be built, etc. That causes major problems for those people who have themselves invested in their properties, where they are living with an unadopted road. Is within your proposal, will it be the case that as you develop your phases, which I presume is the way you're going by the sound of the development, that the road, you're guaranteeing that the road will be of adoptable status, and that application will be made to Road Service and indeed Northern Ireland Water to have the particular sections of road properly adopted as you go along? Thank you, Chair.
Just in terms of the phasing plan, Councillor, the Section 76 agreement, again, this legal agreement that I referred to, has a phasing plan attached to it. I think it's 6 or 7 phases. We have to complete, if you imagine coming into the site from the Grancy roundabout, the left-hand side of the site towards Limavady has to be, I think it was 80% complete before we can move over to the right-hand side towards Crescent Link. So the council have thought of this and have set us a task of completing each of those phases in sequence before we move to the next phase. And when they say completing, they mean roads adopted, houses completed, roads adopted, sewage adopted, NI water infrastructure adopted, and so on. We've actually submitted our road bond application for the first stretch of road, and as far as the new internal roundabout at the apartment block. And Article 161 for Northern Ireland Water approval has also been submitted for that as well. So within each phase, we'll be taking the road with us, if that makes any sense, and completing it as we go along. But there's certain natural breaking points within the wider development that we'll come to. So we'll go as far as the bus route, complete the development, get the roads adopted, and move on to the next phase then. So has been thought about, and the council have and ourselves have signed up to an agreement for us to deliver it in that manner.
If I may, Chair, just quick comment on that. I welcome that commitment. But I suppose one of the issues that we found over time is, of course, the bond that's provided to DFI on these issues. Quite often, if the promised adoption, the roads aren't brought up, and water, the drainage, etc., isn't brought up to appropriate standard, the bond very often does not cover the work, and that presents a problem with DFI. But I appreciate the fact that you've said, okay, we do phase 1, that has to be complete, we move on to phase 2. So I suppose in a way there's almost an internal guarantee that you have to do these things before you can move on. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Minnie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Stokes and Mr. Mallon for addressing us today. Like my other colleagues here, I welcome the application. It has all the hallmarks of a sustainable community, with the additions of the play area and the neighbourhood centre and the open space in the play park and the creche, which is great to see, and hopefully that will promote and create the sustainable communities that we all want. I just want to go back to the play park that Alderman McClintock raised. I could see the bus turning there on the semicircle, but it's on the play park, which says it's enclosed. But could you just give me more information about how well it's enclosed and how many exits there are? Obviously, because there's going to be children in there, and just with the bus, going by there at certain points of the day, I just I would like more information for myself and probably for maybe local residents or local maybe prospective buyers who may be interested in it. But thank you anyway.
Thank you again for the question. Yeah, around that play area there would be an estate rail, and you can see, maybe quite hard to see in that plan, but there's two entrances, exits into it to obviously control, you know, parents and children going in and out of it. And you can obviously see then that that play park then links into the wider area of open space along the front of the site, and the pathway that you see just where the bus lay-by or drop-off point is, I suppose links you onto the wider footway network within the site and out onto Crescent Link and back over towards the local neighbourhood centre. So I suppose it's all been comprehensively thought out through the outline stage and the CMP, and then we've really just been adding the detail through it through this RM. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions for the agent or applicant? I see nothing in the chamber, nothing in the chat box. Any questions for the officer? Alderman Clinton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, James, for the report in front of us. Obviously, a massive amount of work has gone into this. I'm still going on about this play park, though. Is this something that needs to be conditioned in some way? I am still concerned about the safety of children accessing this play park. I see the two entrances on the block plan, but I am very concerned as to whether or not, and forgive me if I've missed it, whether or not there is some sort of fencing around this. I am worried about how children are going to get into it and out of it. And I just would sort of welcome your comments on this, or whether this is something that can be conditioned in some way, that this must be made secure, that children can't run in or out of it easily. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. Yeah, probably the best way I could describe this, if you can imagine in the city here, Crawford Square, which actually has a road that goes around all of the square, but it's enclosed with railings, which this will be. It has been designed with two access points with the visibility displays, and there will be limited traffic to come around there, as Tom has already said, and it is just used then for the bus to creep around and then back out towards the entrance. The play park will, as I say, will be enclosed with the two access points, and whilst I understand your bit of trepidation on this, it will not be an open park where children can just run free and run straight into the open space below. And the idea of that was to give a bit of circulation, to help the transport and to bring the bus into the development, but also to link the circus or play area with, if you see on the submitted plans, there's a substantial bit of open space below that, just across the road, which is where the lower access point is, and that'll link up with footways that will then take you throughout the whole of the development. But what we can assure you that it has been designed with safety in mind, and it is not uncommon for play parks and developments to have a road that run along adjacent to them, which usually provides a good means of access and parking and easier access for more disabled users. So on this development, and as Thomas said, there's a difference in the materials and how it's treated. So whenever you come off the road, you know you're in a different feel and a different place and a different space. And I say this will be with a defendable space in terms of having your railings and boundary treatments along there, and that will just contain any of the children within there. And then obviously you will just use your normal kind of access points that you would get with any play park. We just open the gate and leave from there. But the idea is to stop that. There'll be various different parts where children can just run around that will be controlled in a manner where you can achieve a safe entrance in and a safe exit.
Just very briefly, thank you for that, James. Is this something that our own play plan staff within council have given approval to, James?
In terms of that, we haven't consulted formally internally in council. This is a proposals that we work with in a fairly normal way with other developers who then provide the open space and then provide the management of that. We would only really involve with the council where it's to be a council maintained facility, or say for example the council has obviously applied for it. But we haven't, to say, discussed this internally with the Parks team.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. And that's the exact point that I was going to come on, because I thought that I heard from the applicant, or it was Martin, when he alluded to the collaboration with the council planning team, but he also alluded to our departments within council who have been supporting the developers or the applicants as the application was being progressed. And that's something that I'm extremely disappointed to hear that our parks team haven't been involved in I suppose signing off for the design of the play facilities. This has been and given the fact that there's a massive deficit in play facilities in this part of the waterside, which has been identified as part of the play strategy, I would have hoped that it would have been of strategic importance that council's play team were involved in the design and, I suppose, quality assurance that any facilities would be fit for purpose and be the required standard. Now, I can understand the concerns from all our members. I've actually another query, and it's around the sustainable or the SUD scheme, because I know as part of this the outline application for the entire site, the SUD scheme was put forward as an innovative approach, something that could set a benchmark for all our developments right across our council area. And it's something that I would be, given that we are seeing more and more extreme weather events, then SUD schemes may be part of a not commonplace within all our developments. I just had a query around just see the pond areas. Is there any just for instance, how deep would these ponds are they designed to be? Is there any safety measures required to ensure that they don't pose a danger to any children? Because bearing in mind that hopefully there'll be a large number of families move into this development, but with play facilities here, it will attract children from the surrounding areas where there is a deficit of play facilities. So, is there any dangers associated with the SUD scheme? And I'm just saying that with the caveat that the SUD scheme has been put forward as a positive, and I would fully accept that. But it's just given that there isn't anything that I'm aware of that we can compare it to, it's something that I'm suppose are particularly interested in seeing how it evolves and how it takes shape. Is there any further information that we could get on that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor. I say on the first one with the play parks, our considerations for privately proposed play areas, we would usually do that internally, as we've quite a lot of experience dealing with housing applications and the proposed open space and play parks and the provision of that. And generally only council get involved where it will be operated, managed and maintained by the council, and then we definitely do involve them and areas like that. Existing developments such as some of the play parks in the Skeg, and there's ongoing development down at H25 in Drumahoe, again would have had this approach where we can do it internally as part of the planning office themselves, but if we ever do feel the need, we do, and we can go outside to the parks team. In terms of the SUDs, there is a smaller element of a SUD scheme on this phase, but I think what might be getting a wee bit lost in in the presentation is this will not be permanent ponds as such, as in essentially these are almost hollowed out areas that are grassed for the vast majority of the year, and it only comes into play if there's a flash flood or an event that causes substantial flooding, and that will deal with the overland flow. There will be, and as Tom had said, and as Martin had said, there's Article 161 agreement already in place now for the first phase of it, and this will follow on again to this development. So the actual infrastructure is already, will be there in place to deal with any flooding event. This is almost like a contingency, an extra measure, that if there is a flash flood, then there will be the gathering of the water here, which will then seep away over, hopefully within a certain period of time. But it's, and again, Martin and Tom can come back on this if they wish, but there won't be any permanent, as I say, a pond feature, and that's probably maybe the wrong terminology to use. It is really just almost as a vacant, empty, small reservoir that if there's a flash flood, it will just take as much as it can to alleviate any pressure and to avoid anything going on to the Clooney Road, or to take as much as it can. So it's almost as if it's an additional mitigation measure. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, that's the question. Thank you. Anyone else with questions for the officer?
Chair,
Okay,
I
we
put
have-
it in the box.
Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I had it in the box there. Chair, I don't for 1 minute want to diminish or to undermine the knowledge, the wealth of knowledge that our officers in the planning department have. But on such a large development such as this, and I do wholeheartedly welcome it, I share concerns with regard to the play park in close proximity to a bus route and indeed, you know, a car route. I think Christopher had actually said, you know, we have within council a play park team that are a wealth of knowledge, and on such a large development, they in my opinion, they should have been consulted with regard this, because it is strategic, such as Christopher had said, strategic importance, that we have the right thing in place, whether it be private or social housing. So many houses, it really doesn't matter. But we need the right facilities there in the first place. And I do agree that with the proper play park facilities, that all our areas will be travelling, as they do here in Ballyarnett, will be travelling into that area to use it. So it's not just the local residents, kids that will be using the play park, it will be the wider vicinity. So I had thought that Hilary had actually made a proposal that a condition be put on to the approval, if it was deemed approved today by committee. I thought I heard her saying that that is a proposal, and I would definitely second that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me back in again. And obviously my concerns about this play park area have obviously been noted now. And much as I want to approve this application today, I'm not content to do it unless our play park experts give an opinion on this. And I'm wondering, I suppose I'm looking for guidance as to how best to do this, whether it is by condition or what way might be best. But I think we should use the expertise that's in council, because I'm concerned for the safety of children using this play area. Thank you.
I want to just ask Andre to come in. Sorry.
Through the chair, I suppose the first thing I would say is this is, I suppose the concept master plan and the outline approval has been granted, and it did show this arrangement and the two play parks located in the circuses, as was agreed in the concept master plan. So the other thing is this is a reserve matters application, and therefore it's difficult to put additional, well, you shouldn't put additional conditions or conditions that weren't on the outline onto a reserve matters application. Certainly with regards to a condition regarding fencing and the boundary treatments there, as added protection for people using the play park, we could certainly add that as a condition, because those boundary treatments would be shown on the proposed plans anyway. With regards to consulting another team within council, I know that there was earlier discussions with the council play department earlier on the process and probably during the outline application. I know that those discussions were probably more in relation to whether they would take on the management maintenance of the play parks and the open space and the SUDs. But the applicant put forward that they wanted to do that through their own residence company and their own management plan, and that is in the section 76. But it doesn't preclude that at a later date, council could take over the management and maintenance of the open space and the SUD scheme. So that would be my thoughts or advice on it.
Can I just come in here? Can I just suggest to Martin and Tom that they actually do consult with our play team? Maybe perhaps come back to councillors that have raised the question, just to confirm it you have. So we have a recommendation on the floor here to approve. Do I have a proposer? Okay, anybody? Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Chair, and I'm conscious that there is that there has been concerns and genuine concerns and frustrations expressed from the floor. But I'm also conscious that our council play team isn't the statutory consultee, and it might be an unfair condition or for us as a committee to impose on that, or for our reason to defer this application. It might be unfair, and that's but so in order to move this on, because we have expressed our frustrations, and we do believe that it does make sense that different departments within council communicate and work with each other, and that's something that, particularly around provision of play facilities and within our city and district, that is of the utmost importance. So we would have hoped that there would have been more involvement around quality assurances, and I appreciate the expertise within our planning department, but I can take you to many private developments right across that have got conditioned play facilities that are nowhere near fit for purpose, that aren't comparable to the fantastic facilities that are provided by council. So there is genuine concerns that are being raised, but we have to look at this on its whole. This is 444 houses in an area where there is tremendous housing need. This is added along with that. There's the much needed play facilities, there's the much needed community facilities, and there is those road improvements that we've been waiting on for decades. So with that in mind, I am more than content to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just come back to that? I wasn't stating there should be a condition on the play parks. I was just pointing out to the applicants that perhaps they should just speak to them, put his mind at ease. Councillor Minnie.
Yes, Chair, thank you, and happy to second the proposal put forward by Councillor Jackson. As per what his comments, and I'm listening to the officers, when they were asked and consulted on this, the views and recommendations that they come out with, and I'm happy to second this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are there anyone who would object to the proposal and second it? Okay, we're just going to take a vote on it. Okay, Eamon?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a recorded vote on the recommendation to approve LA 11 2020 0618 RM. Alderman Brislin.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey. Alderman Hussey. Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
Staying.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Barr. Councillor Dobbins.
Unfortunately, I have to abstain from this.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McKinney.
For, Eamon, sorry.
Thank you. That was Councillor McGuire also for. And Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Can I go back? Councillor Barr. That's 9-4.
Chair, I had technical, can I be called again for the vote?
Sorry, Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. That's 10-4. And 2 abstentions. And we can't get Councillor Barr and Councillor Boyle had left. Had to absent myself.
Yes, Chair, if you don't mind, can I apologise? I had to leave the room there to take an emergency phone call, so obviously wasn't part of the debate and so therefore couldn't vote.
And Chair, can I just make you aware too that Councillor Jason Barr has put it in the chat box. He is having technical difficulties, but he has put his vote on the chat box.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dobbins. Andre, do you want to speak? No, that was okay. Okay, so that motion is approved. Really. Yeah, we'll have a 10-minute break now. Laura?
Yes, Chair.
There's nothing up on the screen.
Okay, I'll start sharing now. Am I okay to go ahead here, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. So application LA 11 2021 0462 O is application for a site for an infill dwelling and garage, and it's located approximately 30 metres northeast of 69 Old Castle Road, Newton Stewart, County Tyrone, and the recommendation is to refuse. So the site is defined by the red line here shown in the site location plan as part of a larger agricultural field located on the northern side of the Old Castle Road between number 69 and number 65. So this slide shows some photos of the application site. As you can see, there's an existing agricultural access there at the western corner of the roadside boundary. The land within the western part of the site is fairly level, then dips away to the north and also to the eastern corner of the field. The roadside is predominantly defined by an earth bank and an intermittent low hedgerow. The western boundary of the site with adjoining number 69 is defined by a low hedge. The northern boundary of the field is defined by a hedge and a post and wire fence and a ley landi hedge along the boundary with number 65. The northwestern boundary of the application site cuts through the field and is undefined. So this slide just outlines the relevant planning history of the application site and the surrounding area. It's also outlined in the planning report. So this just outlines the policy context under which this application was considered, which includes Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 3, PPS 2, PPS 6, and then the supplementary planning guidance there. So first of all, the proposals considered in terms of CTY 8, which is required to establish the principle. So under CTY 8, development is permitted of a gap site within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage, which is defined by the policy as a line of 3 or more buildings along the road frontage. As can be seen in the site location plan previously, and the images on this slide, the application is located between 2 dwellings. This isn't considered to be built up frontage. The garage at number 69 is a small building which is set well back behind the dwelling and doesn't have a frontage onto the road. The shed at the front of number 69 is a small building which is set at a lower level below the front garden and is well enclosed and isn't really obvious when you're travelling along the road. The bungalow then at number 65 is well enclosed by a high mature hedgerow to southern and eastern boundaries, with only its roof visible from the eastern section of the roadside at the corner of the site. So this is just some more images of the application site. That on the bottom is from the entrance of number 69. The dwelling here isn't visually, a dwelling on the site wouldn't be visually linked or read with number 65, which is on the other side of the sloping site. When from viewed at the junction of the eastern end of the application site, again, number 69 then isn't visible. So therefore, overall, in terms of CTY 8 and establishing the principle, it isn't considered that the site is located within a substantial and continuously built up frontage, and the proposal doesn't constitute a gap site to set out in CTY 8. Just then, in further consideration of CTY 8, though the policy permits the development of a small gap site sufficient to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses, this proposal is for a single dwelling. Given the extent of the site, it will be capable of accommodating 2 dwellings, which is allowed under the policy. However, it's considered that by allowing development of a dwelling on this site would create a ribbon of development at this location along the frontage of this part of the road, which would result in a suburban style build of the development, and therefore it's contrary to both policy CTY 8 and CTY 14 of PPS 21. So though the proposal isn't considered acceptable in principle, it's considered under all our policy considerations. First of all, is policy CTY 13 of PPS 21. So whenever you're approaching the site in both directions, it's considered that a new dwelling would be slightly elevated and sitting skyline with no backdrop. The site only benefits from a low hedge along the roadside, some of which will have to be removed to provide the visibility space. It's considered that this site lacks long established natural boundaries and is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure to enable a dwelling to integrate into the countryside, and therefore the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 13. In terms of amenity, which is covered in the SPPS, it's concluded that there won't be any adverse impacts on amenity. A dwelling could be suitably designed, orientated and located to ensure that there's no loss of light or overlooking onto the neighbouring properties. So the site access is considered under PPS 3. DFI roads have no objections to the proposal and provided standard advice in terms of the visibility space required. With regards to natural heritage, SAS have been consulted and didn't have any objections to the proposal. They advised that due to the location, scale and nature of the proposal, it's unlikely to have an impact on any European site. Although there'll be up to approximately 30 metres of hedgerow, they will be removed to accommodate visibility displays. This can be undertaken outside the bird breeding season and compensated with replanting. In relation to built heritage, which is considered under PPS 6, the site's located close to Harry Avery's Castle, which is a state care monument of regional importance. Therefore, we had to consult HED for their advice. They have considered the proposal and advised, if approval was granted, that they would suggest conditions regarding a low ridge height, the dwelling to be of an appropriate vernacular design, and that the site boundaries would be planted with native species hedgerow. And if approval was granted, this is something that could possibly be conditioned. So overall, just to summarise, it's considered that the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 1 and CTY 8 of PPS 21. The proposed development is not located in a gap site within a substantial and built-up frontage. The proposed development would create a ribbon-off development at this location and add to a suburban style build-up of development, which is detrimental to the character of the rural area, and therefore it's contrary to policy CTY 8 and CTY 14. And furthermore, it's considered that a dwelling on the site would fail to integrate and appear as a prominent feature in the landscape, as the site lacks long established natural boundaries to provide a suitable degree of enclosure, and therefore the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 13. So overall, refusal is recommended, and the reasons are set out on the report in the slide here in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have one speaker, Mr. Brendan Johns for the agent. Mr. Johns.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
That's great, thank you.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's fantastic, thank you.
Okay, thanks. As members will be aware, the ribbon development policy that CTY 8 of PPS 21 allows as an exception to that policy for the development of the small gap site, which will accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses, providing they respect the existing development pattern in terms of size, scale, siding and plot size. So the policy does go on to say that for the purposes of the policy, the definition of a substantial and built up frontage includes a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage. Now it emphasises the word buildings because it doesn't emphasise dwellings. So all buildings can be taken into consideration. That definition, as I said, specifies buildings, not just dwellings. So therefore, all buildings should be considered as long as they have a common frontage to the road. There are no height or size restrictions for these buildings detailed anywhere within the policy or the justification notes. And looking at the location plan that we submitted, and you've shown up, clearly number 69 has a shed which is closer to the road than the house, and therefore can be termed a building that has a common frontage to the road and has a visual impact when viewed from the road. So in this respect, number 69, immediately adjacent to the application site, comprises two buildings, both of which have a common frontage, and they're the ones that marked 1 and 2 on the submitted location plan, with a third building, number 69, on the adjacent site making up the three buildings. The planners, however, contend in their report that there isn't a substantial and continuously built up frontage, as they are discounting the domestic garage to the side. Clearly from the photographs that are on view and standing in front of the site, the garage is in plain view and to anybody that is having a common frontage to the road. But more importantly, the prominent shed to the front of number 69 is also visually important. The reason given for discounting these buildings is that they consider the garage and shed to be unsubstantial ancillary buildings, which do not contribute to the frontage along the Old Castle Road. But we would contend that the existing frontage shed is substantial and contributes to the road frontage. But we also note that from the photographs presented that the shed is not in any way highlighted to show just exactly how close it is to the road. There is no definition in the policy as to what constitutes a building, or indeed any mention of unsubstantial ancillary buildings. However, we know that it is a structure, that a structure is a building, and vice versa. So it's worth noting, members, that the term unsubstantial ancillary building appears to have been taken from a planning advice note on the implementation of the SPPS, and it was issued in August, which is some 4 months after the submission of this application in April, an application which would normally have been determined long before that this was brought out. The document was basically launched out of the blue, and it's suggesting a more strict interpretation of policy CTY8. However, there was no public consultation, and considering that it is grossly unfair to those people who, through no fault of their own, have had applications in the system for months, and it is also unfair to agents who have advised their clients on the existing policy provision of CTY8 prevalent at the time of submission. So it is unclear, therefore, as to the status of this advice note, and indeed whether it should be applied to those applications already held up in the system due to COVID. But returning to the case, we contend that all three buildings have a common frontage to the road. However, the next test in CTY8 is that the proposed infill sites respect the existing development pattern, and the plot sizes and the frontages do respect the existing pattern of development, and indeed from the planner's case report there in agreement that the gap site itself is capable of holding 2 dwellings. So the applicant would therefore suggest that a small gap site between 65 and 69 Old Castle Road exists, capable of accommodating a maximum of 2 houses, and lies within a substantial and continuously built up frontage. So just to finish off, in terms of the reasons for refusal, we would respectfully contend that the foregoing satisfactorily addresses refusal reasons 2 and 3, which relate to CTY8. The principle of an infill dwelling under CTY8 is within the range of types of development considered as set out in CTY1 to be acceptable in the countryside, and does not fit into the grouping other types of development. Consequently, overriding reasons why the development is essential need not be provided. So we consider refusal reason 1 is satisfied. In terms of planning policy, it is also worthy of note that the Strabane Area Plan states at section 123, rural remainder, that a less restrictive planning policy will be applied throughout this district. And in summary, therefore, we would suggest that the proposal meets the provisions as set out in the policy CTY8 as being an exception, and also to section 6.73 of the SPPS, which simply states that provision should be made for the development of a small gap site in an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Johns, your time is up.
Yes, Chair, just finished. Thank you.
Any questions for the agent? Okay, I see nothing in the chamber. Nothing on the chat box. Oh, sorry, Keith Carrigan. Keith Carrigan.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. Mr. Johnson, just querying there, I suppose you're looking at it there, knowing that the lie that road in that regard there, there is, when you're coming up from Newton Stewart itself and you're coming up the Old Castle Road, that although it's not, it does appear as more of a cluster in there, because you do have substantial, I'm just trying to make sure my numbers, I know the houses, it's just knowing what numbers they are. As you're coming up there, there's the first house on the right, is at number 65 there. And
That's
just
right.
on the opposite side of the road from that, you do have substantial farm buildings on that side. And as you sort of just start to crest up there, you have a line of those three dwellings, which are all linked, basically linked, I'd be minded with, sorry, I've just lost my pages here. They've just gone down on me. As at number 28 and number, the three dwelling houses there are all linked. I'm just trying to see if I can get them. Number 26, number 28, number 30. As you come up to that, and you've number 65 on your right hand side, you've the farm buildings on the left, and just as you turn that corner, you do have those three dwelling houses linked in there. And again, they are. I do see your point, and I tend to agree in relation to the plot sizes. Yes, I would be minded that potentially the plot size here will have more road frontage, but the size of this site here, I'd just be querying in your view there, would that be a similar size plot to the size of number 69? Number 69 goes further back because there's a larger garden to the rear of 69. And I do notice, when you're on the road itself, I know it's on the opposite side, but you do. I mean, the garage at number 30 is set back from the road, but it is clearly visible. And again, that garage at number 69 is to the forefront of that dwelling house, and is reasonable size. It's a reasonable size garage when you're on the road and you're actually seeing it that way. So I do see your points in that regard, but it's just clarifying you're content that site would be similar size to other sites, because you do have 28 on the opposite side of the road. When you're counting the laneway, and it's again substantial site. Number 65 is a reasonable size site, and further to that, it would be minded that, I suppose at this stage it's only outline, and maybe you're not the is going to be putting in the actual application, the agent putting in the actual application. It could potentially suit the bungalow all right, because those other dwellings in that location would all be single story dwellings from what I recall from being on the road. So just clarifying that the size of the site compared to the others, and it just seems to be in a cluster there, and with the farm buildings as well, and that just, if you can come back to me on those couple of points. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor. The policy does ask you that it respects the existing development pattern, and doesn't suggest that the site itself has to be exactly the same as the others. But what we have here is number 69, which is the one with the shed at the front, has a frontage of 41 metres. The number 65, the one at the book end of the other side, has a frontage of 66 metres. And when you take the site frontage of the field we have for the two gap sites, is a total of 135 metres, which splits up into something like 66 metres each as well. So, I mean, those frontages exactly match number 65 and are just slightly greater than the number 69. So, in that respect, it fits in nicely, and as I say, respects the existing pattern of development. The depth of the sites, it's not really something that was brought up in the policy, just that it's the plot size and the frontages are basically the respect the existing pattern, don't have to be the same. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I'm content. Thank you.
Any more questions for the agent? Okay, any questions for the officer? Okay, Kieran, you have a proposal, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, there might be other questions just, but if there's not, I'm happy to go ahead.
So long there, Councillor McGuire. Councillor Boyle wishes to speak.
Yeah, just a quick question. I know we read it somewhere, but trying to find it again here. So maybe the officer could indicate for me what is the actual frontage length of this application site. I know it's substantially more than 69 and 65, or numbers 69, number 65. Even just looking at it without knowing the length of it, but I think I read it was 130, I think, maybe, meters.
I can come in there, Chair. Yes, Councillor Boyle, we've measured it approximately 136 metres of a frontage.
Could I come in there, Chair, please?
No, sir, I'm sorry, you really had an opportunity to speak. Councillor McGuire?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that we don't accept the officer's recommendation and we overturn. To me, it's a continuously built up front. Number 65, 69, and they have a building to the side of number 69. In the CTOA, there is no mention of small buildings. There's accompanying development to the rear, as seen in Appendix 6 of 69. I don't know what it is, but I don't accept either that it's contrary to CTY 14. It's a straightforward infill with a mountain to the rear as a backdrop, and that CTY 13 and 14, sorry. A mountain to the rear as a backdrop, as well as two houses and two farmyards on every side of it. And a one farm, Bessie Bell one farm as well at the back of it. So the site's tucked in nicely underneath it, and this, as well as having a large farmyard to the northeast of the site as well, Chair. So with them, that in mind, Chair, I propose that we don't accept the recommendation and approve the application, Chair.
Do we have a second there? Okay, Councillor Gallagher. Okay, on to the floor is that we don't accept the officer's recommendation on the grounds that the applicant does comply with CTY 13 and 14.
Chair, I'm in the box for seconding that and wishing to also speak.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. And I mean, Councillor McGuire has outlined the basics on the four refusals, which I totally agree with. Firstly, the applicant's agent did refer to the Strabane area plan, which to my mind supersedes the issues in item 1. Item 2 on refusals, it's not a gap site as stated. Sorry, I totally disagree. And again, that has been outlined by the proposer and by the agent. And I don't see, if it's not a gap site, then you're saying it's ribbon development. Well, if it was ribbon development, it would be on either side of the bookend properties that are there. And finally, on 4, the enclosure to visibly integrate. The proposer again has alluded to the topography, and we cannot ignore the topography on this particular site, not alone directly on the site itself, but the actual surrounding topography, which to my mind enables the site to visually integrate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Okay. Now we have a proposal here to reject the officer's recommendation. All those in favour? And can we have, would you do a shout there? Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair. So this is a recorded vote, members. LA 11 2021 0462 outline. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
For, if you can hear me.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
For him.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McGuire.
For, Eamon,
Thank you. Councillor McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Okay. That's 12 for and 2 against.
Laura, you want to come in and clarify conditions, please?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I was just wondering, in terms of the advice from HED that they thought that a single-storey dwelling would be most suitable on the site. I was wondering if members wanted to condition that, just before we would move on to producing a decision on this.
Chair, I don't think it's necessary to condition it, you know, with the backdrop that's there.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, you for that. Councillor Boyle, you wish to speak there?
I didn't obviously vote for it anyway, but I think it advisable to condition it, and because of the view from HED and its proximity to Harry Avery's castle, which is considered so important in our city and district, actually, that it can be found on the medallion that the mayor wears around his or her neck every year. So I think that condition would be wise. HED may well make things a little bit more awkward again.
Suzanne wishes to come in on this.
Again, Chair, I don't think it's necessary. I mean, take a look, drive along the A5 and take a look at the one farm that's sitting up behind it. The 3 farmyards, you know, and the houses are up above it. I don't think it's necessary, Chair.
Thank you for Councillor Maguire.
Chair, it's Angela here.
Can you just bear with a second there, Councillor Dobbins?
Yeah, Chair, I just appreciate Councillor McGuire's point, just to advise that we could put, we could put a ridge height condition on 6 metres above finished floor level, which would give upper floor accommodation if members felt that was necessary, and was happy to take the advice and view of members on it.
Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. I have to disagree with Councillor McGuire there. And I think John had actually said that we should, or Councillor Boyle had said that we should put a condition on it. So I would second that now. Yeah, I think there should be a condition put on with regard to the HED. Thank you.
Okay, what condition are we putting in? Can we clarify what we're going to do? Yeah.
Chair,
Go
maybe
ahead.
say 7.5 meter ridge, which was you'd see in a lot of bungalows with an attic conversion. That'd be okay. Like, wouldn't be 2-story.
Well, a 2-story house is usually 8 metres, a story and a half, 6.5 metres, stroke 7 metres, and you're looking at the house beside it there, which is a low, bungalow, probably about 5.5 metres. So, if you're wanting to restrict it because of the advice of HED, you'd be thinking maybe something below 7.5, but It's up to members.
7, Chair, was that be
Hang
okay?
on a second there, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Boyle wishes to come in here.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, obviously during the consideration of the application, there was much talk of it being integrated with the other buildings either side of it. I don't agree with that assessment, but members have had their vote on that. And I'm not going to re-rehearse it, but actually the frontage of this is actually nearly the length of the pitch at Croke Park. But that's by the by. I think if we want to get this right, then a ridge height that would be in keeping with those that are around it would integrate it in a better fashion. We do have some degree of responsibility to aesthetics and all of this as well. And so therefore, I get where Councillor Maguire is coming from, but I think the suggested ridge height from our own officer is the appropriate height in this particular occasion, given what's next door or what will potentially be next door.
Councillor, sorry, Alderman Hussey, you wish to come in?
Thank you. I wish to concur with Councillor Maguire, although he is suggesting a height there, but I don't believe that we should be putting that condition on it. I would remind members this is an outline application. A full application will still have to come. If the officers feel that what comes from the applicant is inappropriate, we'll deal with that when it comes forward as a full application. That's how I would say it. Thank you, Chair.
Once again, Chair, we've already voted for the standard conditions, so I think we should just move on.
Just bear with us, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Gallagher wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at some of the photographs here, and I do see 65 as a story and a half. I can't see 69. Back to front of me. Right? No, there's a, you can see a window on 69, sorry. It's, so possibly number 69 is a story and a half. But just thinking, they restricted to rear bungalow, and then you're looking about integration and all the rest. And like previous speakers, I think we may leave that for another day when it comes in, rather than this side. And again, we're in the semantics of pulling them apart, you know, so I think we should leave it as someone said has been voted on.
Councillor Maguire, I mean, the consensus is that we want to move on here, and perhaps we should be discussing this when it actually comes through to full application. This is only a 100%.
Can I have clarity on that?
John, can you just clarify your proposal there? What is the ridge height?
The ridge height, as I understood it from Suzanne, was for 6.5 meters, or was it less than that? I'm not sure.
Well, I was advising 6 meters, which would give you the opportunity for upper floor accommodation.
So effectively a story and a half you could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Then would be going for that 6 meter. Yeah.
Okay, so it's proposal is condition of 6 meters. Angela, you seconded it. Angela, hold on. Angela, you seconded it.
I've asked for clarity on something.
Right, go ahead.
All right. On a previous application, with regard to outline plan applications, if conditions are not set, they therefore then can't be set later on when full planning approval is sought. Is that right or wrong?
Who's going to clarify?
Yeah. Chair, if we don't restrict the ridge height, then when we would have the reserve matters, we would have no grounds of refusal in terms of height, scale and mass, and if it was too large.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. With regard to that there, I second Councillor Boyd's proposal there.
Okay, we're going to go to a recorded vote here. Proposal is that we accept a ridge height of 6 metres. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Breslin.
Yeah, against.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Plintock.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kelly.
Against, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mooney.
For.
I'm against. I could hear it and I couldn't actually find my WebEx on the iPad. So
So Kerrigan, Alderman Kerrigan, can I ask you for your vote again, please?
I against, Eamon, against.
Thank you. That's 4 for and 10 against.
Proposal is rejected. So the original proposal stands. Thank you. Okay, the next one is item 11, LA 1120210114F, and Malik is going to take us through that.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 11 is LA 11 2021-0114F. This is a full plan application. It's a Section 54 variation of conditions attached to a previous approval for an existing building to provide 27 self-contained apartments for active.
Excuse me, Malik, could you speak up, please?
Yep, sorry, Chair. The proposal is a Section 54 variation of conditions for proposed redevelopment of existing building to provide 27 self-contained apartments for actively elderly persons, which was approved under reference LA11 2019 0727F. And the Section 54 variation, they are seeking planning permission to develop the land without complying with previously applied conditions 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12, subject to the previous approval. And a accompanying statement outlining why was also submitted with the application. The location is 125 to 139 Strand Road at the site formerly known as Cafe Rock Nightclub, and the recommendation is to approve this Section 54 variation. The slide shows the site on the left-hand side, the existing site at the bottom of the Rock Road and the junction of Strand Road, which is the former Cafe Rock Nightclub, which is now being demolished. In terms of the proposal background, under legislation, in particular Section 54, you're allowed to apply to develop previously approved development. In this case, LA11 2019 0727, without complying with conditions attached to that permission relating to noise, attenuation, glazing and ventilation system. So in terms of the proposal before us, the only matters under consideration are those particular conditions set against noise, attenuation, glazing and ventilation. The applicant subsequently carried out a more detailed and specific acoustic report in which sound levels were not as onerous as required by the previously applied conditions. In addition to this, the cost and maintenance requirements of the original condition glazing system were deemed to make the scheme unviable from the client's point of view. So in particular, the section 54 seeks to remove conditions 7 and 8, which relate to a secondary glazing system, and conditions 10, 11 and 12, which related to a rapid and passive background ventilation system. As I already iterated, these are the only matters of consideration in the case. Given the nature of the proposal, Environmental Health were consulted. Environmental Health have accepted the findings of the report, subject to the imposition of further conditions, which is permissible under Section 54 of the Planning Act. So in terms of the consultation response, the new condition relates to the pre-occupation submission of the detail and glazing of the glazing and ventilation systems to be applied to ensure that they're in compliance with the new acoustic report. And they also require a pre-occupation submission of the noise and ventilation verification report. In relation to the proposal before you, we've received more than 5 objections. In particular, we've received 9 letters of objections from nearby residents, and the issues raised were concern for prospective tenants in terms of noise impact. They've raised that the site is located at a busy and noisy junction. They don't believe the updated report is relevant based on the period of time that was carried out, and they do not believe it reflects the normal volume of traffic, noise and day and night at that location. They also made the point that the project cost should not be a reason to deviate from the conditions previously applied. And tenants should not be expected to accept a substandard dwelling due to cost. So further 6 letters of objections were received dated the 24th of May. These again raising the same matters as set out above. EHD were reconsulted, Environmental Health were reconsulted to get their views and the comments of the objectors. In their response, they reiterated the position that the imposition of further pre-occupation conditions means that adequate glazing and ventilation systems will be agreed prior to the occupation of any of the properties, and the amenity of any future residents will be protected. So in effect, they were saying that the nature of the condition is that the actual type of glazing and ventilation system will have to be agreed with Council and Environmental Health before any property is occupied. No reports have been submitted by objectors to conflict with the findings or set out in the acoustic report or the comments of EHD. So in summary, the proposal is deemed to be acceptable in policy terms, subject to the imposition of the proposed conditions as set out in the case officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malika. We have one speaker, which is Mr. Matt Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, on behalf of the applicant.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee on this planning application. Listen to the Planning Officer's presentation, have read the comprehensive Planning Committee report. Note that the Environmental Health have accepted the case for the variation in the planning conditions, and planning have recommended approval based on this recommendation. I support planning's recommendation to approve the application. I don't think I need to add anything to Malachy's presentation. However, I'm making myself available for councillors if they have any questions or queries to the applicant on this application. So I would just finish up there, Chair, and leave myself open for questions if any councillors have any questions. Thank you.
Members, any questions for the agent, Mr. Kennedy? I see nothing in the chamber and nothing in the chat box. Okay, any questions for the officer? Okay, I see no questions for the officer from the floor or from the, okay, so, sorry, do you have a question, Councillor
No, I
Jackson?
don't. I'm happy to propose that we accept the recommendation to approve. Thanks.
We have a recommendation to approve from Councillor Jackson, proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by.
I will second
Councillor
that,
Boyd.
Chair, Councillor John Board.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Christopher. Anyone wish to speak on the matter? Okay, unanimous decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, we want to move on to number 15, LA 112020 0549F. Sarah's taking us for that. Thank you.
Item 15 is LA 11 2020 0549, and this proposal is for a public greenway for use by pedestrians and cyclists to connect Derry to Ela Business Park. The greenway commences at St Colum's College and continues along lands at St Colum's public footway from the Hawthorns to Templemore Road, through lands at Templemore Sports Complex to Upper Gallia Road. From Upper Gallia Road, the development continues along the line of the former Lochswilly Railway across the Skeglank Road and onto Ela Road and Ela Business Park, and the recommendation is to refuse permission. This application was deferred at the meeting on the 7th of July 2021 for a site visit. A site visit took place on the 26th of July 21, and the details are set out in members' report. So this next slide shows the site location of the Northwest Greenway Route 1. This section of the Northwest Greenway Route commences at St Colum's College and continues along private lands at St Colum's to provide a new 3-metre wide path. It then continues along the public footway from the Hawthorns to Templemore Road, utilising and widening of the existing footways. Then it proceeds through lands at Templemore Sports Complex to Upper Gallia Road to provide a new 3-metre path. From Upper Gallia Road, the development continues along the line of the former Lochswilly Railway, across Skeglank Road onto Ela Road and Ela Business Park. This greenway is part of a wider joint project with Donegal County Council, and this section of the greenway is approximately 3.1 kilometres and continues to the border with Donegal. So this slide shows the first section of the greenway at the college lands. The section is via the existing public footway on lands at St Colum's College, Buncrana Road, at either end of the school lands, and it requires a new 2.7 metre high fence to be provided at the boundary at St Colum's College. So the next slide will show you a photograph of the existing footway at the college lands. Section 2 of the greenway is from the Hawthorns to Templemore Sports Complex. From where the greenway rejoins the public footpath after St Colum's College at the Hawthorns, it utilises the existing footway, which will be widened. The footpath continues towards Branch Roundabout, crossing an egress road of Faustina Retail Park, and across Branch Roundabout, utilising the existing drop curbs and islands to reach Templemore Sports Complex. So this photograph shows you the entrance to the Hawthorns towards Branch Road Roundabout. And the next photograph shows you the footways at Faustina Retail Park towards Branch Roundabout, and using the drop curbs and islands at Branch Roundabout, Templemore Sports Complex. Section 3 of the greenway is from Templemore Sports Complex, and at Templemore Sports Complex, access to the greenway will be available from the public footway at Buncrana Road. The route goes through Templemore Sports Complex to Upper Gallia Road. Where the greenway ends at the Templemore Sports Complex, the plan shows a red dashed line stating that this section is to be developed by others. So the next slide will show you the photograph at Templemore Sports Complex. And the photograph after that is a view through Templemore Sports Complex lands, where the greenway is proposed to cut around an existing house on Buncrana Road and through the site towards Upper Gallia Road. The following photograph then is at Upper Gallia Road looking southeast where the greenway is proposed to exit from the Templemore Sports Complex lands. And the photograph after that is taken from Upper Gallia Road looking northwest towards White House Retail Park, and this is the section of the greenway that is marked in the plans to be developed by others. Section 4 of the greenway route is to the rear of White House Retail Park along the line of the former Lochswilly Railway. The proposals include a double leaf gate at each end to ensure that there is no unauthorised vehicles entering the route. A proposed two-can crossing point is shown on the plans to cross the Skeg Link. So these photographs are taken at the rear of White House Retail Park, and the greenway is proposed behind the existing fence in the photograph. The next photograph is taken at Knockina Housing Development towards the Skeg Link, and the greenway is proposed behind the existing fence to where it joins the Skeg Link Road. The following photographs are where the greenway is proposed to cross Skeg Link with a new two-can crossing proposed across the road. So section 5 is from the Skeg Link Road to Ela Business Park, and the line of the greenway cuts through the H1A zoned housing lands on the line of the former Lochswilly Railway. The next slide shows you the H1A zoned housing lands as defined in the Derry Area Plan 2011, and as stated, the greenway will cut through the zoned housing lands H1A as are defined in the area plan. This is a photograph and a view taken from the Skeg Link of the H1A zoned housing lands looking northwest towards the line of the former railway. And the following slide is the plan showing the greenway continuing onto Ela Road until it adjoins with the A2 at Ela Business Park. These are photographs of the view at Ela Road towards Ela Business Park, and at Ela Business Park access to the greenway will be via the existing cycleway at this location on the A2 Buncrana Road, which will follow the existing infrastructure along the A2 until it reaches the border with Donegal. So in terms of the policy context, this application has been assessed against the Derry Area Plan 2011, the SPPS, PPS 2, PPS 3, 6, 8 and PPS 15. So in terms of consultee issues, DFI Roads have assessed the plan submitted and advised that to enable progression of the application, the applicant must discuss and agree the proposals with traffic section and the A2 strategic team. All plans as part of the application are therefore required to take account of the A2 widening scheme. The feedback from the SRA team is that there are a number of issues to be addressed. This includes a departure from standards which is required for alterations to the vehicle restraint system on Skeg Link prior to any planning approval being granted. There is also the need for a road safety audit pre-approval. No further information or amended plans have been received from the agent to address these matters. DFI Rivers have considered a drainage and flood risk assessment, and the plans submitted are lacking information with regards to maintenance strips, and also if there is any information or culverting of any watercourses is required. The drainage assessment submitted also lacks evidence of consent to discharge to demonstrate viability of the proposals. This information has been requested from the agent but not submitted. Natural Environment Division considered a preliminary ecological appraisal which was submitted in July 2021. They have now advised that there is insufficient information to determine if the development will result in the loss of any bat roosts and if there is a need for mitigation or compensation. The agent provided an update by email on the 10th of August 21. However, no further information has been submitted to address these issues. So in terms of planning policy issues, officers have considered a proposal against the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS and QD2 of PPS 7. A portion of the greenway will run through the zoned housing lands H1A along the line of the former Lochswilly Railway line as defined in the Derry Area Plan. Housing policies within the LDP are aimed at ensuring that an adequate and continuous supply of housing land is identified to facilitate provision of housing for the city and district. Officers are of the opinion that development of the greenway on the zoned housing lands could prejudice the future development of the zoning for housing. Access to these lands and how zoned housing lands H1A could in the future be comprehensively developed has not been demonstrated, and therefore comprehensive development of the H1A lands could be compromised. Whilst the SPPS and QD2 requires a design concept or master plan for housing, and although this is an application for a greenway, officers consider that a concept master plan to demonstrate how the development of the greenway would not prejudice the comprehensive development of these lands for future housing, taking into account the greenway proposals and access to the zoned lands as required. This proposal may sever and restrict access points around the H1A zoning and could stymie comprehensive development of the site. These lands are owned by third-party landowners and therefore, without agreement and land pooling by all landowners and developers, development for housing on H1A could be prejudiced and the proposal therefore would be considered as piecemeal development. Without agreement from the landowners and a potential Section 76 legal agreement to secure the development of lands for the greenway, Council could prejudice the landowner's ability to fully realise the potential housing yield and accessibility around or to and from the zoning and the overall deliverability of future housing on the zoned lands. The zoning of these lands for housing are protected in the Derry Area Plan 2011 for the delivery and yield of housing supply for the future of the district. Officers therefore consider that the proposal is contrary to the SPPS, the Derry Area Plan and QD2 of PPS 7. So in terms of planning and flood risk, the route of the greenway crosses a number of culverted watercourses and maintenance strips are required to be illustrated on the plans and kept clear from future land raising and tree planting. So full consideration of the potential impacts of the greenway and associated landscape proposals can be appropriately assessed. This has not been demonstrated on the plans and therefore the proposal is contrary to FLD2 of PPS 15. The drainage assessment lacks evidence of Schedule 6 accepting discharge rates for the proposal, and in the absence of this evidence, the proposal is contrary to FLD3. It is not clear if the proposals will require culverting of a watercourse, and clarity is required between the plans and the information submitted in the flood risk assessment. This was requested from the agent but has not been submitted. Officers therefore cannot fully assess if there is an impact from any culverting required, which is only acceptable in exceptional circumstances. On this basis, therefore, the proposal also fails to comply with FLD4. So DFI Roads advised that the applicant should agree proposals with the roads traffic section and the A2 strategic road improvement section. Officers requested that the agent provided officers with an update and progress with DFI Road section. No further information has been received from the agent regarding this. The agent was also advised that all plans required as part of the application need to take account of the A2 widening scheme. However, no further amended plans have been submitted. DFI's local office have advised officers that an issue raised is the need for a departure from standard for the alterations to the vehicle restraint system and the proposed crossing on the Skeg Link. Any departure from standards must be approved prior to planning approval being granted. A Stage 1 or combined Stage 1 and 2 road safety audit also must be completed pre-approval. As the design has not progressed from the initial submission in August 2020 and given the number of pre-approval requirements have not been met, DFI Roads are therefore not in a position to provide conditions. On this basis, therefore, officers consider the proposal is contrary to PPS 3. In terms of natural heritage interests, this proposal could cause harm to bats and insufficient information has been submitted to establish otherwise. NED did consider the preliminary ecological appraisal which was submitted in July 2021 and have advised that there is insufficient information to determine if the development would result in the loss of any bat roosts and if there would be a need for mitigation or compensation. Additionally, the landscape drawings need updated to reflect any vegetation removal. The agent did provide an update to officers by email on the 10th of August 21. However, no further information or updated plans have been submitted to address the issues raised and therefore the proposal fails to comply with PPS 2. So officers are recommending refusal of the application. There are 7 reasons for refusal as set out in members' report and will be on the slide. So in summary, officers consider the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and Area Plan and policy QD2 of PPS 7 and that this is piecemeal development and could prejudice the future comprehensive development of housing on the zoned housing H1A lands. It is contrary to PPS 2, PPS 3 and PPS 15. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. We have 2 speakers here on behalf of the application. It's Mr. Ken O'Sullivan and Jonathan Henderson from the council. You have 5 minutes between us, gentlemen, to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Can you hear me there?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ken O'Sullivan from McAdam. I'm the project manager for the ICT, who are acting as the agent for the planning application. And we'd like to submit the following comments in relation to the 7 points of refusal. On the first point of refusal, we do not believe the proposal contravenes PPS 7 QD2, as this policy relates to planning applications for residential developments. The strategic planning policy statement also includes the following statement under section 6.210. That is, zonings for future needs should take into account the importance of protecting linear, open spaces such as pedestrian and cycle routes, community greenways and former railway lines, many of which are valuable in linking larger areas of open space and providing important wildlife corridors and ecological networks. This policy statement is of particular relevance as our greenway aligns and both utilises and protects the old railway corridor and the wildlife corridor through the H1A lands. We note that a housing master plan for these lands is not yet available, and we believe our proposals could easily be incorporated into any future housing master plan on the lands. Should a future housing master plan be developed, we would consider that the Greenway, which would provide safe and accessible, family-friendly pedestrian and cycle amenity for leisure activities and for commuting to and from Derry, would be a benefit to this housing development. We believe that the provision of a greenway through these lands would be seen as beneficial, given that under PPS 8, open space, sport and outdoor recreation, where the importance of greenways in the regional development strategy is considered, future development of the site would have to consider the following policy statements. They are section 2.3, bullet point 2, which recognises the value of greenery, including community greenways, woodlands and landscape to health and well-being. And bullet point 6, which emphasises the provision of opportunities for more active lifestyles through the creation of community greenways in cities and towns. The Greenway development is also in line with the programme for government in terms of delivering active travel provision. Furthermore, we believe that Derry City Council, the applicant, is currently in negotiations with landowners to acquire lands for the Greenway through the H1A lands, and should developers agree to sell these lands to the applicant, they will be compensated accordingly. Importantly, we note that a housing master plan may never be provided for these lands, which could therefore potentially prevent any development at the site, and thus the applicant can only put forward a planning application based on current site conditions and currently available information. In summary, in relation to the first point of refusal, in developing the Greenway design and alignment, we have considered current planning policy. We have assessed a number of alignment options through these lands, and we have undertaken public consultation on route alignment proposals, which has supported an offline Greenway alignment along the railway corridor. And therefore, we feel the proposals which we have put forward is the only viable option, which will not prejudice any future housing master plan and will not prejudice the A2 Buncrana road scheme. In response to the second point of refusal, we do not understand how planners have determined our proposal is contrary to PPS 3 AMP 4, which states that planning permission will not be granted for development that would prejudice the implementation of a transport scheme identified in the development plan. From the early stages of the route selection and design, we have regularly engaged with the A2 project team to ensure our design does not prejudice the A2 Buncrana road scheme, and conversely to ensure that the A2 scheme does not prejudice our Greenway project. Our alignment has been chosen to avoid prejudicing the A2 scheme, and at no stage has the A2 project team advised that our proposal prejudices their A2 scheme. In relation to the third point of refusal and prejudicing road safety, the Greenway alignment and design includes crossing points at Templemore Road, Upper Gallia Road and the Skeg Link Road. And at each of these locations, our design proposals will show that we will either utilise existing crossing points and infrastructure or provide improved pedestrian cyclist crossing facilities in line with the relevant design standards. The remainder of the Greenway is predominantly offline, segregated from vehicular traffic, and has been designed in accordance with the relevant design and safety standards, and we do not believe that the offline sections would prejudice road safety. A road safety audit has not been requested by DFI Roads, who are the statutory authority with respect to the road safety audit process. And we do not consider that the non-submittance of an RSA is a reason for refusing the planning application. If a road safety audit is required, we're happy to complete this and sign off the necessary reports with DFI Roads. With regard to the fourth point of refusal, a typical detailed drawing has been provided showing the proposed path makeup. The pavement design of the greenway would be capable of carrying the loading of all maintenance vehicles required to service the greenway, including maintenance of existing and proposed drainage infrastructure, and we are unsure how Planning Service has determined a point of refusal on this basis. In response to refusal point number 5, we note that a drainage assessment has been provided in accordance with PPS 15 FLD 3, which concludes that there are negligible changes of surface water runoff attributed to the development. It's our intention to submit a Schedule 6 application to Rivers Agency as soon as possible once detailed design has progressed, and we do not consider that this issue should merit a point of refusal.
Excuse me, Mr. Sullivan, your 5-minute speaking time is finished.
Members, have you any questions for the Speaker? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for joining us. Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm not sure where to begin with this, but, you know, reading through the report and then listening to what you're saying, I mean, there's just contradictory evidence coming from you, from the report that I've got in front of me, because what I have in front of me here is saying that, you know, DFI are far from content. Can you explain a bit more about the process that you've been involved in with DFI? Because, I mean, looking at it, there are concerns around road safety. There are concerns about the viability of their plans for the A2 Buncrana Road project, which I mean, I've known it for as long as I've been a councillor, and I know that project has been fraught, to say the least, up to now for businesses and residents along that particular road. And I note all of your arguments and dealing with the reasons for refusal, but I remain to be convinced. I genuinely do.
I mean, our Greenway, we have engaged with the A2 team throughout the development. We had meetings with them at a very early stage of the project, and right the way throughout to, you know, understand what their design proposals were, and to consider our design proposals. The Greenway is separated from the A2 scheme. It's proposed within the A2 lands on the old railway corridor, and, you know, in my view, it doesn't prejudice. Certainly does not prejudice the A2 scheme. And we're happy to continue meeting with the DFI team to continually monitor that situation.
Sure, of course you can, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair, again. I mean, to my mind, at this point, the DFI roads design teams haven't actually concluded their work on the A2. So how can we know that this will not interfere with that? I mean, this is an extremely important cross-border corridor that we're talking about. I would like to see a greenway along it, but I'm not convinced that this won't interfere with it, because we haven't seen the final design for that.
Well, in terms of the design that we've seen to date, it doesn't prejudice it, and, you know, we believe that through continued engagement with DFI, both projects should be able to work together to ensure their aspirations are delivered. You know, our project is a 3-metre wide greenway along a section of the H1A lands. You know, we would hope to see it developed in a reasonably short term and allow that sort of connection and opportunities for leisure and for modal shift out to Ely Business Park and right away into Derry City. So, you know, we don't believe that the A2 scheme would prejudice our project. And I know the A2 scheme are also considering active travel provisions in their project as well.
I think, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, if I can come in on the back of that as well. It's Jonathan Henderson, the Programme Manager within Derry City's Instrument District Council.
Jonathan, to be quite honest, the protocol doesn't allow you to. Does
Okay.
it? Oh, sorry. It is? Okay, right. Do apologise.
Okay, so I'll just come on there just to support what Ken was saying in terms of prejudice in the A2 plans. I think it's quite contrary to that. We've actually been complimentary to them. I think it's evidenced by the fact that between the Pennyburn roundabout and St Colum's College, we won't be putting in any provision at this stage. We'll let the A2 pick that up at a later stage. I think it's supported in the fact that our greenway will run on the right-hand side of the carriageway of the A2 as opposed to the left-hand side of the carriageway, which is what the A2 team are planning. So they're planning to have a two-lane cycle highway on the left-hand side, whereas we're proposing a 3-meter shared use pathway on the right-hand side of the carriageway. We're in conversations about where our scheme might potentially impact on their vesting line. And we've had conversations around that and we have a plan in place. So I think just to support Ken's comments, we've had quarterly meetings with them ongoing for a number of years now to make sure that their scheme is safeguarded and our scheme doesn't prejudice their scheme. And I suppose we can't emphasize that case enough.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose just on the point around the A2 dualling scheme, I think it's only right that we point out that project is a priority for council, and although this is a council application, you've got I suppose you've got that confidence that going forward that if there is any concerns going forward, council have the ability to intervene and make changes. And I think that's when we need to insert a wee bit of realism in this, because see, with all the challenges that the A2 dualling scheme face, I don't believe that this is one of them. And if this is what if we're seriously saying that this is going to get the potential to jeopardize the A2 dualling scheme, then we're in bother. And that's this is a greenway, it's a cycleway, and that's something that we've been promoting right across our city and district as a positive piece of infrastructure, a necessary piece of infrastructure to allow they allow people to choose more sustainable modes of transport. I just wouldn't mind asking a question to Jonathan around just the entire Northwest Greenway piece, because just it doesn't sit right with me around jeopardizing the H1A zone land. And I'm saying that whenever we take into consideration the other greenway that was going to Muff, actually deliberately zoned or wrapped its way around some of the housing developments. They make it more accessible to the users, and to me, that should be exactly what we should be doing in terms of this. If there's zoned housing land, we should be incorporating a greenway through it. So and I don't see how it would jeopardize it. I could see how it could be an addition to any proposed development on the H1A lands. And I just wouldn't mind Jonathan picking up on that element of it, because it's in stark contrast to the approach that suppose in terms of the proposal, it's in line with the approach that other schemes as part of the Northwest Greenway has taken. And just finally, very briefly, just in relation to the culverting of some of the drainage, I just wouldn't mind just a wee bit more information around any discussions the council has had with the EFI around any drainage infrastructure. I just wouldn't. I don't know if it was covered. If Ken had covered it, but I just didn't pick it up if he did. So I think that's me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Do you want to reply there, Jonathan?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Jackson, as well, for bringing me back in. I think the reason why we've actually progressed in alignment through the H1A lands is actually to safeguard the DFIA2 Buncrana Road scheme. It sort of significantly prejudices the H1A lands with their proposed vesting line. So we wouldn't be entering into either of actually developing something within that vesting line. So we've considered a number of options as part of our scheme selection process that we completed a number of years ago. It's an iterative process which arrived at the fact that this is the preferred route corridor within the catchment area. I think as well we need to be mindful that within the H1A is actually a disused railway corridor, which in itself is protected under PPS 8, and that should come into account whenever a housing master plan is under development anyway. We've proposed that our alignment would be within that railway corridor, so that again reinforces the fact that even if a master plan was to be developed in the near future, that would likely be the best place for it anyway. So again, that just reinforces the fact that we don't believe that the Greenway would prejudice the zoned land in any way. I think further to what Ken had said earlier in his representation was that we've engaged all of the landowners in the area anyway. Any lands that we acquire, the landowners will be suitably compensated, and also I think in terms of landowner engagement, it's notable that none of them have actually objected to the scheme formally either, which I think speaks volumes. I think as well it's important to point out that this project forms part of the wider Northwest Greenway project, which Councillor Jackson's alluded to, and that's to deliver 46.5 kilometres of Greenway across 3 routes: Lifford to Strabane, which is completed, Derry to Muff, which has now secured planning approval in both jurisdictions, and of which the Muff section has just started construction, and also the Derry to Buncrana route, which is proposed to be 32.5 kilometres long, and of which the Republic of Ireland section is due to be submitted to planning later this year. I think we need to be mindful of potential impacts of a planning refusal in the northern section on the longer term aim to deliver a Greenway all the way to Buncrana with a spur to Newton Counham as well. I think Councillor Jackson, just to address your final comment in regards drainage, it might be useful to bring Ken back in from a technical point of view just to clarify that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Chair. In terms of culverts, there are no proposals to culvert any streams or water courses along the Greenway. So that hopefully that addresses councillor's position on that one. At detailed design stage, we will certainly be submitting Schedule 6 application if required to Rivers Agency. But yeah, as I said, at this point, no proposals for culverting any streams or water courses along the Greenway.
Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ken, Jonathan, for the presentation. I have to say, Councillor Jackson has probably touched on a few of the issues that I would have wanted to look at. And I suppose that competition between the need for the A2 as a priority within council, whilst we have extreme concerns on climate change and getting people out of their cars and onto the likes of greenways, which Councillor Jackson was referring to there. You didn't quite get into, although you began to touch on it there on the end, on the whole drainage issue, Ken. I mean, there are several points that have been raised there about drainage, and we're all aware of the increasing difficulties that lying surface water is beginning to cause in various parts of the council area, but it is highlighted here on a couple of points with regard to the reasons for refusal. So I'd appreciate an expansion on that. You have talked about culverting, but the overall issue of how you deal with the drainage within the project that is being proposed. And I also note that you've been accused of providing insufficient information with regard to BAS. Do you have any comment on that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I can, come back in and reflect on both those points. In terms of drainage, we have carried out a drainage assessment, and it concludes that there are negligible changes to surface water runoff attributed to the development. It's a 3 meter wide greenway, and it's of modest, I suppose, increase in sort of hard surfacing, really in the context of the overall site. Detailed design will be carried out, and we feel that there's opportunities for sustainable design, sustainable drainage, if needed, to further mitigate any risks. So, we don't believe that it's a significant or a major risk or a major issue that we won't be able to address satisfactorily in terms of the design requirements. In terms of the preliminary ecological assessment and the impact on bats, we have been in discussion with NIA, Natural Environment Division, in August. We're due to follow up that conversation with them, and we believe that very minor tweaks and alterations to the design would omit any requirement for removal of trees. Certainly, the proposals don't merit or don't require the removal of any trees, certainly any trees with bat roosts. So we don't believe there's an impact there in terms of the design, and certainly, find a bit of correspondence and consultation with NIA, we believe would be able to rule out any issues there. And again, we don't believe it's a point of refusal at this point.
Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose it's a question probably for Jonathan. Jonathan, I suppose I just want to raise the issue of the road safety considerations. I suppose that was something that struck me whenever we were hearing the report actually about the major road junctions and also the retail parks that this greenway would have to cross. And I see on our officer's report about the issue being raised about a departure from standards for alterations to vehicle restraints, and also about stage 1 and 2 road safety audits, which should have been completed pre-approval. Just wondering if you could comment on those, please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alderman McClintock. We weren't aware that DFI had actually requested a road safety audit. I think we accept the fact that it will likely be required, but I think that would come whenever they sign off on the actual route alignment. And I don't believe that has formally taken place just yet. I think in terms of departures, I suppose within engineering projects, departures are there to be used, and they're done so in the form of scheme design overview, whereby all required departures are presented to DFI for consideration. Again, we accept that that will likely have to be done, but I think again it would only be done at a time when DFI confirms their contentness with the actual alignment. So we can do one scheme design overview and present it at one time for consideration rather than doing it in piecemeal fashion.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that. And just we can pick up with the officer, I suppose, if you whenever we're questioning her whether those should have been done pre-approval. Thanks very much for that.
I think, sorry, just the final point on that. I think it is worth noting that yes, scheme design overviews and safety audits don't necessarily have to form part of planning. They can sit outside the planning process, albeit I do accept that they have been brought into the planning process for other similar developments recently.
Okay, thank you for that. It sounds like somebody's very hungry and their stomach's rumbling. Good if you're not speaking. What's that? Is that what it is? Right. Okay, thanks, John. Okay, no more questions for the agent and Jonathan? Any questions for the officer? Alderman McClintock?
I suppose just to give Sarah an opportunity to come back on that in the bottom of page 398, Sarah, if those departure from standards and road safety audits were required pre-approval. Thanks.
Through you, Chair. I have been advised in writing by Johnny Rolston and one of the roads officers that the applicant had been liaising with the traffic section and the SRI team, and the feedback that was provided by the SRA team to the applicant, along with the roads consultant partner, ARAP, was that all those issues in terms of the departure from standards had been raised and that they would have been required pre-approval. And the email that I have here is that the local roads office have been advised by the applicant that the issues could be capable of resolution, and the applicant considered that these would be minor alterations or tweaks. So it's officer's view that the applicant has been aware that they would have been required pre-approval.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Sarah, just in relation to the H1A lands and the disused railway lines, was PPS 8 taken into consideration as a constraint on the zoned housing land prior to this application coming in?
Through the chair, Councillor Jackson, PPS 8 does not protect the railway lines. It's not covered in PPS 8. There is no policy protection for railway lines. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for that clarity on the PPS and the railway lines. I actually thought that myself, Sarah, so thanks for that. I wasn't going to ask you about that anyway, but it's related to Councillor Jackson's last question. Can you explain to me why it would be considered that a greenway which would run through what would potentially be a development for housing would compromise those particular types of developments? I mean, I do agree with Councillor Jackson here when he said earlier on, surely these would be something that would be viewed as a positive for future housing development. I know, I mean, I've never walked through those fields, but I'm fairly conscious of where it's the old Lochswilly railway line, where it ran and how it ran. And, you know, I think it's a fantastic project if we can get this right. So can you explain a bit more about, in inverted commas, how that compromises something like that? Because in my view, I'm looking at this and I'm asking the questions because I think it's important that we drill down into the level of detail that we need to. Because despite the fact that this is a council application, we have to sit in here without prejudice. That's what we're expected to do, as everybody knows. And I wouldn't want to walk out of here and think to myself, I didn't ask all the questions that I should have asked, despite whatever the decision was. The compromise issue in relation to housing, how's that considered to be? How's that considered to be, I suppose?
Through the chair, these housing lands are zoned H1A lands, so therefore they're protected for housing in the Derry Area Plan 2011. Now, the process would normally be that we would have an agreed concept master plan for the housing zoning that would take into consideration a housing layout and also bring in, you know, cycleways and pedestrian routes, open space and all the other requirements and infrastructure that would be required for any outline application for a housing application. So basically this greenway has come forward without any concept master plan for the zoned housing lands so that the housing lands could essentially be protected. Now there's more than one landowner on the H1A housing lands, and the process therefore would be that in order to agree, say, the location of the house and the location of the pedestrian cycle routes, that all landowners would sign up to a Section 76 legal agreement, and therefore that protects the land and protects council, and it ensures that the lands are appropriately developed for all aspects of development for those zoned lands. So given that there are 3 landowners, the process that is appropriate would be that there should be a Section 76 legal agreement along with a concept master plan for the entire site, which would also take into account a greenway. I hope that answers your question.
Chair, I wonder, could I step in for a moment, please?
Sorry, Chair, I'm not even sure who that is.
It's Maura, sorry.
Go ahead, Maura. Sorry.
Chair, I want to.
Go ahead, Maura.
Yeah, thank you. Just to back up there what Sarah is saying, is just to explain the officers' report, members, and really, to focus on this issue of QD2 and to highlight the fact that we can't say, that this application isn't applicable in terms of PPS 7 simply because the application isn't a housing application. The proposal's on a housing land. That's really important for me to highlight that, and members need to take this into account. It's really important and concerning that they wouldn't. It's also important to highlight that the master plan exercise, we can't say that, that later on we're going to sort this out, because what getting to the nuts and bolts of this, as you had said, there, councillors, it's important that we point out to you that by putting something in place in advance, it's premature, because the land that would be remaining in H1A that won't be accessible will not be able to build houses on it if they can't access the network. So by cutting severing the site with one aspect of the development, and I suppose what you're doing is basically potentially disallowing houses in part of the zoning which has already been protected for housing. And it's our role as officers who are experienced in this to explain to you that there is a concern, and clearly that's why that reason for refusal, in my view, is the most important reason for refusal that members need to consider. And that's about the comprehensive development of the rest of the lands, because council will then have to explain why those lands aren't accessible at a later date. And this is only one part of this planning application. The rest of the applications, the officers have worked very closely with the agent and the project officer, and really, it's this only one small part that we're concerned about, and to highlight that an amendment could be sought now in order to do that, to go around this issue. However, plodding on and doing this in advance, in my view, potentially is concerning about ensuring and protecting, on a planning perspective, the rest of the comprehensive development of these lands, which is our role to point out to you in terms of the current policies that we must adhere to. And Sarah's quite right. PPS 8 doesn't protect the railway line over the PPS 8 and PPS 7 policy at the moment. That's for future LDP. So thank you, Chair. I just thought it's important to get that strategic point across. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Maura. I'm going to pass across to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and thanks for that clarity, Maura. I was just about picking it up, I think. You're struggling to be able to speak there, Maura, so hope you get well soon. But I got the gist of it. And the Section 76 is something that I'm very familiar with. I'm sure all are. Chair, I'm trying to work out a balancing act here with this one. When you hear, those sorts of opinions, because the last thing any of us would want to do would be to compromise a land that's been zoned for housing and very potentially social housing, and something that obviously we're all very concerned about developing. I'm also conscious of the fact that we need to find a solution to this, because it could be some considerable time before, I don't know how long, before there would ever be consideration for houses to be built on that part of the zoned land. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, pretty much all of the refusal reasons, they're not insurmountable, but I'm not entirely sure that we've got to a point where the solutions have been found either. And when somebody tells me it would be running the risk of compromising housing, then that's something, again, I think we all have to balance up. And again, I'm all for it. I love greenways. I think we need more of them. And I take Alderman Hussey's point as well, that we consider the A2 a very significant transport corridor, but how do we square that with the challenges of our environmental challenges going forward, and trying to get people out of vehicles and on the cycle paths and walking? I suppose that's just some of what I'm reflecting on here. And there's no two ways about it. It's a difficult one. And I just don't know what the right thing to do here is. I really don't, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyle. Well, accept what you're saying about the A2, but A5 is a priority as well. We'll look along with it for that. Just bear with us. Derek, do you want to come in? Question for Maura?
Thank you. But by the way, I concur with your last remark with reference to A5, as you'd expect me to, Chair. It's just a quick question for Maura. How long, well, two questions. How long has that land been zoned for housing? And if it is a fair time, is there the possibility that, we should be concerned, as has been expressed within the LDP meetings, on the issue of land banking? Thank you.
Maura, do you want to come in on that, please?
Yeah, I'll do my best to answer that. Well, there's been, as much as there hasn't been a planning application approved on that part of the site, those lands, there has been a lot of discussions, and I know I've been subject to a lot of those discussions in the past, in regards to various landowners whenever it was handed over in various stages. Excuse me. But the point is that the land is still protected as housing land, and we don't have a mechanism to enforce someone to submit a planning application at this stage to cover the concept master plan aspect of it. But that's not to say tomorrow or next week we could get a planning application in the system. That's the whole point of the LDP and zoning land. A future LDP might be able to tackle that, Councillor Jose. As you know, we've been discussing that in our LDP discussions about emerging policy and trying to protect land banking. But it is only one of the very few lands left available that doesn't have an approval on it. So I think it's just, important to highlight that it's still protected in policy, and we can't just remove a zoning without reason. And at the moment, it's protected, and the land value is for housing at the moment. Thanks. Hopefully that helps, Chair.
Just by was Councillor Minnie, I have Councillor Dobbins wishing to come in. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's just a question. I'm going to bother Maura again. Maura, when you were last talking there, you said there would need to be a significant amendment to this. And look, to be honest, this is where it sits with me, is whilst, yeah, I'm all for greenways and really want to overturn the officer's decision of refusal, but I don't want to knock on the head the prospect of social housing in the future, whether it be near or far. The mere fact that is for social housing. So Maura, can you just clarify, is there an opportunity, or maybe Chair, you could answer this, is there an opportunity to put this on the back burner with a deferral, so that maybe everybody could once again speak to each other and make an amendment? Because I did think you referred it to a small part, that the problem seems to be with this area of land zone for social housing. Would there be an opportunity to defer this? And I don't by no means mean kicking the can down the road, but for an advantage, all roads. I think we can't sort of throw this out, without maybe considering that. Thanks, Chair.
Maura, do you want to give an opinion on that?
Chair, I think that probably Sarah would be best placed, maybe giving you a bit more detail around the discussions that took place beforehand, but I'm aware, this is just about the H1A lands aspect, and it's only obviously severing that part of the zoned land. and there's a possible opportunity that it could go round that part and go along the route of the A2 temporarily, and then in long term it could be amended or adjusted. But in the meantime, I wasn't party to the detailed discussions, but I know Sarah may have been, and I'll let Sarah come in and clarify that, Chair. Thanks.
Sarah, would you want to come in on that?
Through the chair, we have, suppose, discussed the proposals with the applicant and agent team. Our opinion is that to progress this forward, council could, or the applicant could, submit, say, a concept master plan for the H1A zone and lands, taking into account the cycleway pedestrian route. However, this would require a signed Section 76 legal agreement with all landowners for the H1A zoned lands, and that could take considerable time and may or may not get agreement on.
Chair, will you let me on again?
Sorry, Sarah, I think Sarah misunderstood me
Could you
there.
just bear with us, Councillor Dobbins? Councillor Minnie's been waiting quite a while to come in here.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, I was just actually, I was probably my question's been answered by Sarah. My question was, are we dealing with a hypothetical here? Because obviously the land in H1A zone for housing, do we have the agreement from the respective landowners to put this greenway over it? It seems to be a hypothetical and seems to be, unless I'm wrong, or unless I've got it completely wrong, but right in saying that obviously until we have the consent from the landowners to build a greenway over their properties, then are we where are we going? Is it on this? But but if we're looking for a deferral, it seems to me that probably the best route to go is maybe what Sarah has proposed, the officer, and recently is here. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't really think there's a question here for you to answer, Sarah, is there? No? Okay, Councillor Dobbins. Oh, sorry, Andre, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just like to say in response to the query raised by Councillor Mooney, I suppose any applicant can serve notice on a third party that owns land. Our concern with regards to this is the wider zoned housing lands. So whilst the red line runs parallel to the A2 and effectively cuts the site in two, there is no agreement, as far as we're aware, or no negotiations with the landowners on either side of that boundary. So where access will be needed for housing land to be provided on the upper side, for the zoned housing lands in H1A, the Derry area plan says access has to be provided from the Buncrana Road. So you can potentially get access in, but then you will have a greenway cutting through the site. And it's then how that greenway accommodates access for future housing to be provided in the upper portion of the site. So that's where other landowners outside of just the red line for this application should be involved in making sure that the greenway does not prejudice the comprehensive development of the zoned housing lands. And that's the issue where we are at the minute. To allow this to happen could potentially put that in that kind of a situation where other landowners are prejudiced or aren't in agreement with something that's been approved.
Councillor Dobbins and then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me on there. Chair, in all honesty, we're playing ring a roses here. Whilst you don't want to knock down the greenway and refuse it, so therefore, if I could make a proposal, please, I would like this deferred, with view that more talk and conversation, and with possible negotiations. Like 2 officers there have actually come up with, oh, you could do this and you could do that. So, the solutions is there. They may be, as Andre had said there, with view of prejudice. They may be impossible to get to, but you know what, Chair? The bottom line is we need to try. So therefore, I'm asking for a deferral for these conversations to be held, and see if the solutions can be come to a fore. And if not, then I come up in front of us again, you know. But I would like to give this a real good chance of being successful. So therefore, I'm asking for a deferral. Thank you.
Councillor Dobbins, was a few people still wish to speak before we address that. So it's Councillor Jackson next. Thank you.
Thanks. No, just in relation to the proposal, because I suppose the proposal had been alluded to earlier, and I suppose Councillor Dobbins used the term of ringer roses, and it's a quite apt term because it does feel like we're going round in circles. But I think the proposal is proposing that we go round in circles even further. Just in context, this application came before committee before. Almost an identical report came before committee before. It was deferred, really, for a site visit. I was one of only 2 councillors that attended the site visit. Found it very useful. But there was that space, and the site visit took place in July. There's been ample time to have conversations, to suggest alternatives. I don't believe that a deferral at this stage is going to achieve anything other than, as Councillor Dobbins said, was just go around in circles again. See, if we're going to get stuck in the principle of a greenway that's going to prejudice housing land, I don't think we're going to get around that. I find it very difficult to accept that a greenway prejudices housing land. When you look at the SPPS, right throughout it, it's promoting sustainable patterns of sustainable patterns of development, which reduces the need and the reliance on motorised transport. It's encouraging this type of development right throughout the SPPS, and in my view, I would see that it would actually enhance a future development, a proposal on the H1A lands. But if we're going to get stuck on the principle that this is going to be to the detriment of the zoned housing land, and I don't see how a deferral is going to achieve anything at all. And I think it's doing a disservice to the council officers who have been working on this scheme for quite some time. They suggest that a short deferral is going to be a solution, and they haven't thought about it hard enough. So I appreciate that there's a proposal on the floor. It doesn't sit easy with me, and it's not something that I feel that I could support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who's next? Councillor McClintock.
Thanks, Chair. And I suppose, like others, I feel we are going round and round in circles like with this as well. But I don't believe, I've been over my head whether deferral would be the answer. I'm not sure that it is, because I feel that officers, this is obviously 2 parts of council that are talking to each other and trying to come to a decision. And I feel that probably all the talking that is necessary has been done as they have tried to reach some sort of an agreement. And our difficulty here really is that in the Buncrana Road area, we have aspirations for a number of things. We have aspirations to see the A2, the improvements of it. We have the aspiration to see a greenway, and we have the aspiration to provide much needed housing within our area. And to me, at this stage, the housing trumps everything else, because as we constantly say here in this chamber, you know, that is our big need in this area, much as we want greenways and all the other things that go with it. And I think the point that Sarah has made, and I think Maura made as well, is that it's not just a case of we might think that the greenway actually improves or is a benefit to the housing, but it's the fact of access that could be jeopardised. And I think that for me is a very important point. And I suppose I wouldn't be supporting a deferral, and I know I can't make another proposal now. Maybe Christopher's going to make the same one as me, or else we're going to go 3 different ways. I don't know, but I'm inclined to think that we need to make a decision on this, and to me, housing trumps everything else. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. So we have a proposal on the floor to defer this, excuse me, LA 1120200549F.
Chair, I'm the chat box requesting a quick comment on the proposal.
Certainly you're seconding it, aren't you, Alderman Hussey?
Yeah, I do. Just wish a quick comment on it.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for permission, Chair. I mean, I 100% agree with Councillor Jackson on the housing issue, and as to how this Greenway could in any way compromise that. But my concern, which is why I'm prepared to second the proposal, is the other issues here. And a short deferral might allow for those to be dealt with. The big issue of the housing, as you're rightly saying there, if it came to a vote on this here now, I would be supporting the Greenway. But these other couple of issues, if we can iron those out, you know, with a short deferral, surely to goodness that there's benefit in that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to ask Eamon to take a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Breesland.
For.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan.
Against, Eamon.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Boyle.
As I said, Chair, I don't think the challenges of this are insurmountable, so I support the proposal to defer and see if we can sort this out. Perhaps go back to the drawing board a bit. So I'm for that idea.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, Chair.
Councillor Paul Gallagher. Councillor Jackson.
Against, Eamon.
Councillor Kelly.
Against, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Against.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mooney.
For.
The vote is 6 for and 7 against the proposal.
Okay, the proposal falls. So we have a recommendation from the officer to refuse. We have a vote on that as well, please. Sorry, we didn't propose and second it. Proposed by
The officer's recommendation.
Again, members, this is LA 11-2020-0549F and the recommendation to refuse. Alderman Breslin.
Yes, against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Alderman McClintock.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Boyle,
Against.
Councillor Dobbins,
Against.
Councillor Jackson,
Against.
Councillor Kelly,
Against, Eamon.
thank you, Councillor Logue,
Against.
Councillor Maguire,
Against.
Councillor McKinney, and Councillor Mooney. And the vote is 4 for and 9 against.
Councillor Jackson.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to make a contrary proposal that we vote against the officer's recommendation and we approve the application. In terms of the refusal reasons, I don't believe that it's contrary to the SPPS and the area plan. Don't believe that it prejudices the zoned housing land in any way. The arguments have been well rehearsed. In terms of planning reasons, I will use the SPPS and the reliance or the emphasis on sustainable transport and moving away from the reliance on motorised vehicles. So I'm happy to propose that we vote against the officer's recommendation and we approve the application.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Boyle. Okay, we're going to take a vote on that.
Alderman Breslin,
For.
Alderman Hussey,
For.
Alderman Kerrigan,
Against.
Alderman McClintock,
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr,
For.
Councillor John Boyle,
Or.
Councillor Angela Dobbins,
For, Eamon.
Councillor Christopher Jackson,
Or.
Councillor Dan Kelly,
For, Eamon.
Councillor Patricia Logue,
For, Eamon.
Councillor Kieran Maguire, Councillor Maguire, Councillor Philip McKinney,
Abstain.
Councillor Sean Mooney,
Against.
Councillor Kieran Maguire, the result of the vote is 8 for, 3 against, and 1 abstention.
Councillor, the recommendation from the officer to refuse. And vote of the, huh? No returns, thank you. Remember. I'm going to suggest, members, that it's been a long afternoon. Sorry, Andrea, I do apologize.
Sorry, through the chair, just if members want conditions to be placed on the grant of approval.
Jackson.
Standard conditions.
You get it, Andre? Standard conditions.
Is there any specific, with regards to the other refusal, there was a number of refusal reasons about road safety, PPS 2, PPS 15.
could potentially suggest negative conditions with regards to details being submitted prior to commencement of development.
So proposed, Chair. Angela.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, have that. Did you want to speak there, Angela?
Yeah, I was in agreement there that those conditions need to be put on as well.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dobbins. Okay, members, what I'm going to suggest is that we reconvene tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Is everybody in agreement? Don't hear any dissenting voices, so yes, that's a yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. See you.